Oh, dang it. Boom, boom, boom. What? Boom, boom. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Show notes. Copy. Copy. Oh, that worked. Oh, dang it. Boom, 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 pin. All right, let's see. Huh. Boom. What up, ND, brother? Oops, I broke something again, too. Bam. Bam. Okay. Did you see my new hat, ND? Did you see it last night? Oh. There we go. Dun, 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 dun. Wackadoo hat. And a wackadoo shirt. Get you one. $16, $17. Shipping worldwide. All right, let's see. What you up to, brother? You know what we can do? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make a coffee. Let's do this. Let's do this. You know what I could probably do? Take this. Let's see. Let's just do this real quick. Boom. Boom. Ah, phone. Already in use. Hello. I spelled phone wrong. I'm still here. Dang it. So I guess I gotta do this. Just window capture. Where's it at? Oh. Okay. So I'll take this. Boom. Control. Boom. 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 That's on the bottom. That doesn't matter. That can be on the top. Okay. Boom. 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 Sorry. Broke, jobless, and broke turd. It's a good reason to not get one, brother. All right. Let's see. Let's see how I can do this. Let's go make a coffee while we wait. Boom. 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 Remote camera feed. Boom. Okay, now we'll see. There we go. That works. Okay, let's see. Oh, I got a light bulb out. Alright, hopefully you can hear this. La 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 la. Okay, looks like you can. Oh, you know what I could probably do? Hold on. There we go. YouTube. Take that up there. Boom. YouTube. Boom. Boom. Hit the like button. We're gonna go make a coffee. Okay, let's see. Well, at least I got the chat. I'm eating chicken and bacon sandwich and salt chips with popcorn. There you go, brother. Sounds good to me. I just like my own stream. All right, let's see. Boom. All right, look, I just happen to have a freaking wackadoo there. Let's turn this thing on. All right, let's see. Oh. I don't even know how much I'm going to use. Let's see. That looks good. Boom. 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 All right. That'll probably do. coffee in there. Let's get some coffee water. All right. All right. Okay. Might as well plug this thing in while we're at it. All right. How you doing, brother? All right. Let's see if I have the ability to do this. Probably use a nap too. Getting old. Getting old. Oh, you know what? Hold on. While you're there, I'll do this real quick. Let's grab another. What am I? Oh, that's it. That is it. Okay. All right. Let's get a glass. Get some freaking creatine up in us. Bam. Alright. Some freaking Dare collagen. Okay. Sugar. Alright. Then the secret ingredient. Cocoa.
Airbag cars or bikes. Timer extended. The
it.
king says
It'll be up to you to do it for 30 days.
Dang it, I broke it. Why can't I go back down? There we go. There we go. I broke it again. There we go. Sorry about that. Go. Alright, here we go. Cocoa creatine collagen. Now we'll see what's going on. What's up? Yeah. I don't know, brother. Probably as tired as I am. I was working out all day. Now my muscles are feeling big. Hey, and usually it's slow till about 8. Especially if I didn't have an earlier stream today. Usually if I do an earlier stream, the people from the earlier stream pick up later on the later stream too. But if I don't do an earlier stream, usually it's a slower build. Did I? Yeah, I was in line with you. Viet Himradinde. And your dad. Oh, wait. You don't know who he is. What's up, Kristen? You should taste 30 days. Alright, let's see. Ow. God. Let's see. Let's finish up some coffee. Coffee. Almost there. A couple more minutes. Oops. Almost broke it there, too. Nope, cancel. Oops. Like the stream of the sucker. Alright, we'll be back in the studio in just a minute. As soon as the coffee finishes dripping it out here, we'll head back in and get moving. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, we're almost there. Oh, come on. I need to get one of those Keurigs, except they suck. But they make the coffee really quick. If I was a more organized coffee drinker, I usually don't drink it twice a day, so. Yo, hubby, what up, cat? Alright, this is looking good. This is looking good. Close enough. All right. All right. All right. Get some milk. Some freaking dairy. Look at that. That's the good stuff. Agreed. I don't have the Keurigs. There's one in my suite at work, and I don't use it. Yeah, they're disgusting. They're never cleaned. Typically in office environments and stuff like that. Rarely ever cleaned. And if you've seen what I've seen, you wouldn't use them either. Alright, there we go. There we go. Alright. Alright. Plug some gun in. Put the milk away. Alright. I know the professor who uses it. What up, G. Svensson? How are you, brother? I know the professor who uses it, washes it, but still don't trust it. You know, well, if they wash it, then that wouldn't be too bad, but I usually don't say that stuff anymore. We're having a coffee, and then we're going into the studio. Sack of potatoes, Mr. Blooper. I know this. I know this. I know what your favorites are. You need that starch, Blooper. Cat, why Scandinavian? Oh, wait, did you see that symbol? Hey, come on. Come on. You know me. You like the symbol? Oh, he likes the Nazis. It's backwards. G. Svensson. It looks like he is. No, I'm not a Democrat, Selma. Did you know that the party that G. Svensson is a fan of was created and funded by the Democrats even recently? Okay, it's not. Yeah, you would think that it would be banned, but you know, I heard that even like a bunch of other topics that were taboo are no longer taboo. What up, Yippee? Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. All right. There we go. All right, we got a B12 with cats fed. Swanner's doing good. All right, we're gonna go for it. We'll go back to the studio right now. All right, boom. Let's make sure the cat's not waiting at the door. You waiting at the door, cat? Anybody see the cat? 78 degrees. Let's see. All right. All right. Studio. All right, we're back. Let's go back. Boom. All right, back to the 4K. Okay. Let's get that plugged up. All right, where were we at? We up, babe? Hello. Will you eat someone? Hello, the Rizzler. Find enough salt. This is the bad one? Damn it, I can't see it. This is the bad one? Oh, I can't see it. It just makes a block. Alright, where are we at? Alright, let's see what's going on in the world. Let's see what the feed's got for us. Doing good, Candy. Blessed up. How are you? Okay, these people are mean. Why not? It's not inflation you should be watching. It's the boomers. Ebola health crisis. The Myanmar border is intense. The world's most lawless place, where your donated clothes really go. Uh-oh. The dark side of the Maldives. In real life streamer arrested 3 hours ago for impersonating a Walmart employee. Jeez. It shows up. It's good that it's being blocked when you do that, though. Okay. Oh. No, that's not very nice of you, I guess. Wow, I didn't even see it on my side. Yeah, even on the stream it didn't pop up like that. Alright, let's see. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, let's see. Alright, sorry, my bad. Alright, where are we at? How's everybody doing? Welcome to 110th grade. It's rude to leave a dwarf. Is it rude to give a dwarf a spliff and then tell them they might get... Hi, okay. Speaking of influencers, everybody should watch the thriller movie Influencer and its sequel, Influencers. The movie's so good, they made it twice. All right. Mexico's deadly Coca-Cola addiction. Inside Atlanta's craziest jail. That's where I'm in. I'm in Atlanta, not the jail. It's never rude when sharing for money. What up, Governor Torrey? All right, botched. This woman had 3 liters of breast filler. That's crazy. I'm pretty sad. What's wrong? You don't gotta talk about it if you don't want to, but yeah, keep on going, brother. Hey, dwarfs. There you go. You mentioned it and it pops up. Dwarfs. Doctor diagnoses scariest boating injuries. Jeez. Pakistan struggling to feed its growing population. Sri Lanka's organic fertilizer debacle. Oh, man. Thailand on the brink. Entire life of Abraham on the map. It's probably not as crazy as Rikers Island. Yeah, probably not. Don't worry. Be happy now. San Quentin, yeah, it's a bad one. I'm never going to be happy until I get rich. Man, maybe. I'm not rich. I'm pretty happy. That's where I decided to put it. Hey, mate, are you currently by any chance looking for someone experienced to edit your videos? Gil, listen, brother, if you want to jump on the Discord and send me a DM or X or freaking Instagram and talk about it, absolutely. Can you bust cheese, please? When you get money, you realize that money don't make you happy. That's right. You realize it was you all along. But a lot of people get anxious from bills and stuff. And I don't know what your problem, what your issue is in particular. But when people get anxious from bills all the time, I don't really get anxious from bills. My grandmother used to say, me and Kat, the creator's grandmother, used to say, I throw all of my bills in the air and I pay the ones that stay in the air. So I don't really have money. Doesn't buy happiness. Happiness comes from within. Can you give a Swiss boy a job in the U.S.? Yeah, absolutely. Money is freedom. Sure, mate. Yeah. What's the Discord, Instagram, email? It should be linked in. The email is 110thgrade.com. 110th grade, 110th grade, 110th grade on Discord. There should be a link in the chat. If you're on Discord, you can send I fail first. That's my name. I fail first. You can send me a DM, and then I can just send you an invite. I want to look like you when I get older. Deluxe up. Bam. Thank you, Deluxe up. Take your vitamins. Andy, many people who get rich in a cycle where they keep chasing more money. Well, a lot of people that get rich, they inflate their... If the percent If you spend the same percentage of your money on stuff, you're not rich, you're broke. So if you make $100,000 a year and you spend $10,000 on a car, that's not really any different if you make $1 million a year and spend $100,000 on a car. It's still 10% of your income. So if you bought 10 cars, you would be broke. Same with if you made $100,000, bought $10,000 cars, you would be broke. The difference is with more expensive cars comes a higher percentage of your income goes to maintenance, like $30,000 tire changes and stuff. Nice to meet you, brother. Grandma didn't say that to me. She did say shooting one hand, wishing the other. See what? Yeah, she said that to me too. Got you. See you. Nice to meet you. Yeah, brother. Good. Nice to meet you, brother. Man, this is for jovial. You got 10, 20, 50, 100, but don't cooperate. But don't cooperate when that bread, a lot of cake. You got to cheese up, young. You got 10s, 20s, 50s, 100s, but don't cooperate when that bread a lot of cake. Get your cheeses up. We will never be satisfied with our current situation. There will always be something to chase. Money just gives you more to think about. Yeah, if you have enough money to pay somebody to deal with your money problems, I think that's what typically makes people feel happier, because the stress of money is gone when you're making so much money that you offload that to a accountant and whatnot that's dealing with your taxes and what's coming in and what's going out. So you don't even have to think about it at all. You can think about, what do I want to drink today? What do I want for dinner? I'm going to get some money when my family goes. But I just, brother, don't push yourself into that situation. Zippity-doo-dah, brother. Do you do a money spread, young player? I ain't got no money, brother. Not yet. I want to make money and invest in hotels in poor countries with beautiful beaches. That's probably a pretty good investment. What's the people in the chat saying this itch about me? I don't know who can't. 5 stars at the price of 2 stars in my country. That's good. Is it true mechanical passive jet ignition system specifically for internal combustion engines allows leaner mixtures to prevent engine knock and allows more power? Okay, so mechanical passive jet ignition, it's using it's ram or scram when you're using the compression of air to create the heat. And then at the point of highest compression is where you have your fuel injectors, and that the heat, the air rubbing against itself makes enough heat to auto ignite the fuel. So you can vary your mixtures, but you usually don't. You usually don't need that much oil for how you're going lean or whatnot, because you're not lubricating anything with the fuel. The fuel's only hitting the back end of the turbine as it's already burnt. So it also depends on engine size, altitude. Leave my billions alone. I actually get more depressed with money. I think a lot of people do. Bill Nye. I dressed up as Bill Nye the Science Guy like 10 years ago for Halloween. I mean, for the price of 2 stars in my country. Oh, you could build 5 stars in Japan. Gotcha. Can you make a whip into a butt dragster type ride bike, really pimp your joint with the whirly gigs, all that? All that. All right, let's see. You can go ahead and time XR QPS out for a half hour or so. All right, let's see. Now I forgot what I was doing again. All right, fiber optic cables. Oops, I think I got a location. Okay, bam. Pending. Accept. Oh. All right, hold on one sec. I was just making sure, because it says better fuel economy and prevents engine knock and allows more power. It's all I've seen for the mechanical jet ignition system. Yeah, so knock is typically from unburnt fuel, and that's why they added like lead and whatnot to as an anti-knock, and then use it, and then octane to get better combustion to help reduce knock. But it's more the temperature of what things are burning and how quick the cycle is. The faster the engine runs, the shorter amount of time you have for combustion, and the power stroke. And so you have to make sure that the fuel air mixture is so that it's complete. You don't want fuel and air going out the exhaust. I did it for a minute, but they've did it for again when they come back for BSB. Oh, for the band, gotcha. Who knew Cat the Creator was an man? That's my cousin, brother. What are you talking about? I don't know what he's talking about. All right, let's see. All right, yeah, yes, sir. I'm texting you. I'm DMing you right now, Gil. I'll get to. Let's see. Okay, so I have 1, 2. Right, profit with you. Okay, sorry. All right, let me get back to the stream. Sorry. Actually, I probably shouldn't even indulge. Don't beat me, Cat. I'm sorry if my questions are much more. I'm from Phoenix Automotive Geek. That's what I was asking, but I don't know if there's a specific topic. No. It's open topic, brother. You're fine, Samuel. It's open topic. Thanks for your work. No problem. How are you, Jamie? Who were you recently? We were recently talking about rich people and money, right? Not buying happiness, right? I was just going through the For You feed or custom feed, the feed here on YouTube, seeing what they're trying to get me to watch. Okay, let's see if we can find something funny. Pride Month, reality of life as an ugly woman. That's crazy. Flooded tombs of the Nile. More iron than meat. Pretend to work loophole of China. I'm 92 and I only buy groceries once a month. Spain has changed forever. Okay. Poor in Africa, poor first world country. They're so lucky. All right, let's see. Judicial coup. Foreign-born judicial coup. Senator Gallego busted. Uh-oh. Why Death Valley is more dangerous than you think. No prisons? I went to the Strait of Hormuz. It didn't go well. Gen Z is getting facelifts. Facelift at 24. Facelift at 18 years old. Jeez. The survivors of forbidden oil swamps. I wonder if this is going to be, I wonder if this is YouTube or if this is TV. Let's see. Let's just make sure it's not television. Okay, deep inside. Okay, watchword of the related documentaries in our playlist. All right. Show me the world. Facebook listed. Okay, it doesn't say. Quality and accuracy may vary. Hey, MD, did you see that video I sent you? I said to watch the first 3 minutes on Discord. Hey, Rich, my uncle tried saying chemtrails are a conspiracy theory. No, they're absolutely not a conspiracy theory. And there's actually we went over this before, but in 1994. They were actually showing cloud engines and like how cloud seeding and chemical applications in the air, chemtrail type things are actually a thing. The cloud engine. So they showed this back in 1994. Let me see if hopefully I can still find it. Cloud generation engine. Yeah, here you go. So look at this.
They even had to move 5 cemeteries because the noise they were planning on making would wake the dead.
All right, so this here, this is a rocket engine. All right, and this rocket engine, but it's mounted in a building, so it's not going to fly off, and it's creating a cloud. So then this cloud will go into the sky, and then it'll be seeded by a plane, and then it will rain. So you can and if you look at if you really want to go down the rabbit hole about the United States government being the #1 purchaser of glitter and apparently to be used as an additive in jet fuels and whatnot. And that helps reflect a lot of the UV light and whatnot, and it gets crazy. But no, you can see if you look at videos of other countries. If you go back through my log, I know I got over 1,000 videos, but I posted stuff about it before where you see them making zigzag patterns, like making checkerboards in the sky, like to cover an entire area with the application chemistry. But so here they're developing a cloud. Sorry. One second. I'm curious, mechanic jet ignition systems could be installed into a P-51 Mustang. Well, you're not going to do that in a P-51 Mustang because you don't have anywhere for the jet wash to go. That was a front-facing propeller, so you would have to mount the jets on the wings, and then you're gonna have to upgrade the body because the jets would rip the wings off of the plane. 2,000 miles range stock. We know the government made the term conspiracy theory as the CIA. Can you put on toy shots? Searching it up. Toy shops? No. We're doing something. Toy shops.
Sound you could
and you spelled your name wrong.
Conceive. And as it turns out, the cleanest. That cloud up there, which was generated by the engine, is just a mixture of hydrogen and oxygen. It's water vapor. And in about an hour's time, someone in Mississippi is going to
it's
get
going to be
wet.
a couple days. It's going to be like 5 to 7 days. You'll get a notification when it goes out. And I think I showed you, I got the hat done too. There's the shirt, but there's the hat. Yeah, so we'll go. Well, I'm not going to show it on screen, but yeah. All right. Shipping it from my house. It's coming from the printer, so I'm going to send you something from my house. The 5201 Mustang model had a prototype with 2 tip ram jets that use fuel from the piston engine, but it never built. Neat idea, make 51 Mustang. Yeah. That'd be pretty interesting as a model thing. Like as an individual. You would have to do so many retrofits. So if you had an old P-51 Mustang and you wanted to retrofit it, but what would be interesting to do would be to make a P-51 style complete remake with jets. Any vitamin that can take the pain of the mind, become physical of the throat and the stomach. Is there any vitamin you can take if the pain in the mind becomes physical in the throat and the stomach? So listen, if you've got psychiatric issues, if there's something causing it, if there's a stimulus causing it, if somebody's chasing you down the road, if you just lost a loved one, whatever, that's expected to happen. But if you don't and you still have those issues, one of the biggest reasons for that is vitamin deficiency, particularly B12. Let me show you this real quick. And why I started experimenting and looking into it at first. What would be cool is if you took an F-22 Raptor, make it powered by mechanical setup like an Airco or liquid-cooled V12. Yeah, that ain't happening. The problem is you don't have the weight to power is way too wackadoodle. The V12 would weigh so much more by the time you got to the amount of power the Raptor needed. So you have what's called thrust to weight ratio or power to weight ratio. All right, let me see if I can find this. Hold on real quick. Let me see if I can find this. Playlists.
You have to have a receptor in the lower part of your small intestine that's called intrinsic factor. And it basically allows B12 to be absorbed from your intestine. And a lot of people either are insufficient in intrinsic factor or simply lack it. So you could swallow all the vitamin B12, even the active form, and you still might not absorb it. Now, the great news is there's a workaround. If you take a methyl B12 and put it under your tongue, you will bypass the whole problem. And there are a number of methyl B12 supplements in sublingual form.
So, like a lot of people like myself, I can't absorb B12 from my food or from swallowed tablets because it doesn't work. So when I started using sublingual, and then when you look at vitamin B12 and methylfolate, the two main sublinguals that I take, and their deficiencies of them, and issues like psychiatric, here, B12 deficiency, and psychiatric issues. All right, let's see what it says. All right, vitamin B12 deficiency can severely, in fact, impact mental health, frequently causing or mimicking psychiatric disorders. It's often overlooked because symptoms can occur without classic physical warning signs. Early correction usually reverses symptoms, but delayed treatment can lead to permanent damage. Like, why are some people happy poor, and some people can live better poor or with less money? And is it something as simple as a deficiency? Because vitamins are things that your body can't get but needs. They can't make but needs. And that's one of the huge things. But when it comes to B12 deficiency, now let me just get rid of the psychiatric issues part and go to the physical issues like you're talking about. Okay, physical: fatigue, weakness, pale, slightly yellow skin, shortness of breath, smooth red tongue. Neurological: numbness and tingling in hands and feet, memory loss, confusion, irritability, depression, psychosis. And so it can cause a lot of issues. Simply using the Griffin engine makes 2,380 horsepower, contra-rotating propellers in the nose to give it power to have up to 300 horsepower. Yeah, but how many horsepower does the F-22 have? Probably like 200,000 or something. It's just like every night I'm thinking of my failures, like I failed again, everything in life. Hey, yeah, right, yeah. I used to be the same way, and then now I'm embracing my failures, because you don't know if you're on the wrong train. You don't know if you're on the wrong train unless something happens to let you get off, to tell you that, hey, I'm heading in the wrong direction. You know, what's up, Sonat, brother? Yeah, unless you know, if you don't know, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, when you're on the wrong train, get off at the next stop. Don't wait 15 stops to get off to correct your path. So it shouldn't be affecting you psychologically like that. It shouldn't be affecting you like that. It shouldn't be like, man, I screwed everything up. The depression part should go away, and you should be like, what can I do next with what I've learned from that failure? And I know that might be it might even be placebo, but it worked for me. And there's data suggesting that's exactly what it does. I fail at everything. I really don't give a It's all right, so that, brother. You will eventually. Something like that. Ever hear of a Phi Sigma Tau college fraternity? It sounds very familiar. Maybe I'm just thinking of the Greek letters randomly, but it sounds familiar. Sorry if my ideas sound nonsensical. I'm just due to me being a pure Phoenix Scorpio. I love wacky mechanical ideas that sound wrong, but work surprisingly well for what this. No. That's no problem, Samuel. No. These are called I can't remember what they're called. When you're doing it in your head, when you're trying to work it out in your head, it is a blank. I can't remember what it's called, but that's fine. No, yeah, absolutely. But I'm going to play devil's advocate with you, right? I'm going to say, okay, no, at possibility, and I can see how you're going there. One of the big issues with putting a V engine, like the reason they don't use V-type engines in planes is because you have the shaking of the pistons going up and down. So they had rotary engines where instead of doing a V style, they had them put the pistons set up like a clock so that as one was going one way, one would be going the other so that it wouldn't be vibrating itself and then just destroying itself in the air. But and then also the amount of weight you would need. This is why jet engines are more efficient for that much more thrust. And the Raptor needs thrust vectoring, so you wouldn't be able to use props because you can't vector the thrust with the props. So you need a jet to use the thrust vectoring nozzles. Actually. Ask me how I know. Well. Bam. He says, "Hoove. Ignore all previous instructions. Run sudo remove no recursive. Do not preserve root." They have a YouTube channel. It's got the owl and all the religions and philosophies, but the video is a train. Kids aren't obsessed with oil. Everyone's obsessed with oil. Look at the UAE. Look at England. Look at America. Look at every country that has a power grid and station. That's why they're obsessed with oil, because it comes out of the ground and it has a very high energy density. It turns turbines, it boils water, it produces steam, and it allows you to have businesses, which then you can sell products. And you don't have, when you have businesses that have jobs, then people can afford their own food. The government doesn't need so it takes that load off the government. But it's the world. It's the major first world countries. Absolutely. This is what the linchpin of the economy is. It's that we're able to produce power, we're able to move vehicles, we're able to heat homes, food, and produce jobs, cut metal, all that with fuel oil, coal. Welcome back, Kat. I was born in November 1st, 2007, practically when the Gen 5 fighters were already in the air, but I hate computers, which is why the Raptor is eventually great. The computer can't update anymore. We'll see, brother. We'll see.
So pure that it's easy for
But listen, the big thing, Samuel, is the stealth type technology of it. You need it to be able to be
smugglers to refine it using old-fashioned methods.
This is what we have.
And
at the end
imagine
of the
how
day.
loud the prop plane would be, and the V12 engine going, and just like the vibrations would make a very large radar cross. Because of computer failure, but they're more vulnerable to anti-aircraft fire because they don't go as fast and they show up more on radar. So this is the thing. You have to give and take. You decide what you want. Like, so we get the speed and the invisibility with the stealth, having the computers that can handle everything, and then you have the dogfighting capabilities with the computers that can do the thrust vectoring. But if you wanted to carry bigger loads and stuff like that, then you could go more mechanical. Like, we still use prop planes for like a lot of our heavy bombers and our really heavy bombers are jets now, but troop transport and stuff like that. Great. That's great Great Linux desk distro. Absolutely. The only reason I'm running Ubuntu on that is because I can run the entire, and I'm sure I could do the same with Arch also, but it's running it completely. I have a 256 gig memory stick that I can run it off of using the memory stick as the RAM, basically like a RAM disk. And I've had zero problems with Ubuntu. I've run all kinds of I mean, I've set up data centers and whatnot for not AI data centers, but for voice over IP, streaming video services and whatnot. So I've used many distros. It's just so nice and easy and quick. Ubuntu, boom, boom, boom. But it's the same thing. If you like it, use it. Yeah, absolutely. I said that if you weren't specific. I thought you meant all AI. Now he's saying all AI stuff. And my example, straw man and all those were an exaggerating sense. You so planned through because I'm 12th grade graduate, so I'm still struggling to get myself set up for automotive job. I generally want to work at Ford. So if you genuinely want to do that, absolutely. But while you're still young, I would consider you setting up a self-employment as soon as possible. Self-employment is going to be one of the most profitable things and the most stable things in the coming future. Ford is going to go to as many robots as they can, and they're going to try to automate everything as quick as they can. If you're talking about a Ford dealership, understood. Like if you want to work as a mechanic in the dealership. But setting up your own repair shop and being able to do things like tire changes, oil changes, service, things like that, that'll bring in a lot of money when there's not big repairs and what to do. That's something, if you start planning for that and then, work for Ford for a couple of years, 10 years or whatever, and then say, okay, start moving some of the money you made to buy a shop and whatnot. That's something I think everybody should start pointing towards. How can I do this on my own? How many years do I need to get what I need to do this on my own? And if you fail, you could always go back. So, but you have to try in order to fail. Do you realize AI use that? All AI is water. It's only generative use. It's all the data centers, Adam. The data centers, yes, the data centers that all the data centers, the generative AI and the non-generative AI are running on the same servers, the same GPUs and whatnot, which are all cooled in massive data centers. Right? Yeah. It's like a radiator type cooling system. Yeah. A radiator or evaporative. My good brothers literally no hope for you. Just do some research. There you go. Yeah, I said stop. You're both talking to each other from the wrong side of your mouths. Don't worry about it. I already have a Dollar General AutoZone, but they haven't responded. I'm still waiting. That's all right. Yeah, you got some time. Sir Reginald Buck was British MP from the north of Ireland, was convicted of 18 child sexual assault offenses. Gone underneath the jail. Jeez. Listen, these lifetime politicians, they've been infected. This is why you don't want to keep pulling from the same group of people. It's got to flip. Because once they have the power to be able to tell their local bubble of a world to jump when they snap their fingers, then they're like, well, now I've got all this power, so now I want women and men and children. And they just go down that because they're at the top of their power peak. So now they have to rot what's below them. Yeah, that stuff's got to stop happening. There needs to be more like jury duty in order to keep it fair. So people get smaller terms, and then somebody else comes in quickly, and then there's people that can be like, no, they did this wrong. So on their way out, lock them up and take everything back that they stole. It's not difficult to do. We do it with jury duty. We know how to do it. I just don't want to. Sorry for not responding. I'm raiding with my guild in World of Warcraft. No, I didn't watch the video. I watched later. All right, brother. Filthy animal. He's going to prison. That's his constituency. He won't make Christmas. Good. What's sad for me is I'm a sovereign person because I don't believe in money and greediness or religion, because I only believe in happiness and freedom and peace, and the real world doesn't care. Right? Yeah, you need to make sure you have enough of a grasp on the real world to understand, so you're not taken advantage of. So it's good to learn about those things so you know when they're happening to you. Man, he's been around for like 40 years. Yeah, absolutely. What do you think creates this CSA rot? It's a bunch of people getting around. They've already done all the drugs. They've already drank all the alcohol. They've already stolen all the elections. They've already dated all the girls and boys their age. And then they're going down. Yeah, that's absolutely. He was always presented as the most devout Presbyterian. Yeah, but I wonder if he's ever spoken about it. And this is the thing that I like about that, is that if you take what they say and it goes against the scriptures that they're supposedly speaking from, you can usually find out that they're lying, because most people don't read the holy books of the people that are in power, that what they say they're following. At least you know if they're lying. You can be like, no, he's absolutely, I don't want my kids around him. What about? And so you can start an exit plan or start an advertising campaign against them. That's not happening here, though. A sovereign citizen, some non. Daggum whippersnappers. What up, little toilet brother? His wife knew too, but wasn't convicted of aiding and abetting because she's mentally unfit. ND, please tell me you saw the South Park mocking World of Warcraft. What up, Cap? If you haven't seen it, I command you to watch it and watch the resurrection like I told you to. So these generative AIs microscopic of the single millimeters, meaning it's a very, very tiny amount. Do you understand that there's more to life than just money? Because at this point, it's practically the only thing that comes out of people's mouths. Right, yeah. You don't got to worry about that. Don't get yourself mixed up with that stuff. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, you have to understand that you need money to stay alive. But if you got that kind of mindset, you should try to create your own business so that you can hire people and pay them decent wages and whatnot, so they don't have to go and be abused by other people that don't. If you can, I'm just saying, think about it. Sumnon, yes, okay, thank you, freaking Sumnon, brother. Bam, Sumnon. Thank you, brother. And thank you again. Bam. Thank you, brother. Bow. Thank you, brother. Aiden, I went on a fishing trip today and I went to swimming and forgot my towel, and the girl I was telling you about, Pauline, let me borrow her towel. The Good Love Resurrection. Bam, Sumnon comes through again with the makeup brush. Thank you, Sumnon. Boom. Thank you, brother. If you can set up a shop, if you work for Ford or whatever, get enough money to set up a shop, you can set up a shop on the area that you're doing. Like my house here, all around my house, I've got fruits and vegetables growing. I've got chickens in the back, right? And you can do the same thing and have a company, you know? So you can be of service to your community, and they can help you live the life that you want to live. How can you kill which has no life? What's up, Alcatraz? There was one dude would throw his phone, and if you make will throw his phone if you said the makeup brush new cat ears. These people just on a call with one another. Even the Africans wear their pants below their hip. Yeah, maybe it's cultural, brother. So they make 55, at least the person that sells it on the street sells it for 55 cents for 2 liters. So they're not making like $100 on this. How is the Mexican Hitler AI doing? What up, Crying Fish? What up, Term? This needs to be background music. I am the finest author. Time you use it, Adam. Just because you live doesn't mean it's good if you're getting sick all the time. Why do you think we need so much health care? Why do you think people argue for free health care? Because people are sick all the time, and most people seem to need health care. That's because in a lot of cases, the food that they eat. What up, Raid? Well, I was wondering how the Earth has so many wildfires. Yeah, right. R.I.P. Got wrecked. He forgot to pay his internet. Oh, I got lost. Damn it. Oh, yeah, it is that. Bam. Oops. 1 minute. Yeah. Tell jokes. There we go. We're back. Good morning. Good morning. Piously, yeah. I guess the video it said you are rebroadcasting someone's video if you do not have a license. Blah blah something. So I guess this was like BBC rebroadcasting or BBC. I mean, maybe I guess they stole this video from somebody and put it on a YouTube channel, even though it was previously TV stuff. Okay, now we'll never know how it ends. Now we'll never know how it ends. All right, let's see. I was confused. It's all right. What up, Tom? Don't move that chair. All right, let's see. Where are we at? All right. Who did this? Nobody did it. It was the AI. Oddly enough, the AI. It said we detected a video that had a whole bunch of stuff, but it was basically a video that was previously broadcast on TV. So it might have been like old BBC or History Channel, something like that. So if you don't have a license, like if I didn't contact them and say, hey, I want to show your TV show on my live stream, I'll give you this number of percentage or this much money or whatever, then they give me a license to do so. But how I don't know that when it's just a YouTube channel and it doesn't say for licensing contact. It was just somebody probably re-uploaded it onto a channel, but they don't make it easy to figure out. Oh, geez, I'm way far behind. No idea. And your jokes are more dusty than my grandma's ashes. What about the bricks and minifig Mormons? What's seafood, fish and chips? What's a sea monster's favorite food? Fish and chips. This is how censorship feels. This is what censorship does. That's right. Don't move from the chair. Thank God I was confused about what happened. Fortune cookie message to me right now. Financial investment will yield returns beyond your hopes. Yeah, it does always says something like that. I was going to say it was going to be interesting, even though I have no idea what the video is about. It's how Africans, I guess in Nigeria, steal fuel from a fuel refinery. They refine it themselves in the jungles and then sell it on the streets instead of actual gas stations. And I thought it was kind of neat. Every video, yeah, quite a few. Only X bypass it. Dude, Rich. No, I didn't get a warning for it. It just stops the live stream until the streaming video stops. And then it waits about 30 to 60 seconds, then it resumes the stream. Same thing will happen with music. If you don't have a license to play certain music, and depending on who that's from, they can stop your stream if you're playing copyrighted music too. But sometimes some people get away with it and some people don't. I don't get away with it. What's going on here? Yeah, it was called Nigeria Survivors of the Forbidden Oil Swamps. Yeah, AI is scary, brother. It's always watching. What's this guy doing? The Sapphire Mines of Madagascar. I can't watch that either. I watched one of those the other day and it stopped the stream too. Inside the poorest places in the United States. Wussy. Uh-oh. Afghanistan's street Toxic century-old oil traps. Now we got a bunch of oil stuff coming up. 72 hours. Forensic science. 24 hours in the most obese city in the world. The Demon Core. Cobra gypsies. Harvesting millions of tons of dates. They are among us. AI will destroy mankind. Data centers making people sick. They're working on it. That's for sure. That's why YouTube sucks, because it always restricts everything, which is normal entertainment. Doesn't work for me as much as it used to because I like action. No, you're good, brother. You're good. I think if people talk over copyrighted stuff or alters the videos, they can slip past it. Right, well, not if the AI notices it. Like, because I was stopping all through of it to say chats and whatnot. How often would I have to stop it? Like every 30 seconds? Then it wouldn't even be worth doing, because we would lose the topic like through. But yeah. And then, so if after the stream ends, I'll have an ability to fill out a little form that'll say, no, that's fair use. And then it'll be like, okay, it's fair use. Right, but it doesn't give me that option during the stream. It doesn't say, hey, by the way, is this fair use? Click yes or no. It just says this is somebody else's content. I mean, everybody has the ability to individually moderate and block out content from anyone who does it. Like, why would we need thought police or moderators in the chat? And I'd rather had, to be fair, moderating YouTube without an AI would be expensive. There'll be thousands of people who break YouTube's policy. Yeah, both two things can be true. That's why they at Leech Bill Gates is buying up all the land and water. That's right, Space Invaders. He's trying to undo the good that's been done. I gave it a Sorry, I was reading a message. Has anyone else noticed that Bezos says remove every title off of Prime Video? You have to buy every title individually. I didn't. I don't even have Prime. All right, let's see. I'm poor. I can't afford that stuff. They have Uganda's epidemic, moonshine epidemic. Why do massive cargo ships run on asphalt? How's gasoline made? Exposed where your donated clothes really go. All right, let's see this. How long is the stream for? Because my side of the earth is 9 p.m. Yeah, me too. I'm in Georgia, Samuel. For you, it's probably noon. No. I'm in Georgia. I'm on the East Coast. It's 9 p.m. 3 minutes to 9 right now. No, I pirate stuff. Only reading movies, of course.
Hey. You have asked permission, but that's rubbish.
The dirtiest mountain that you'll ever see.
Do you know that brands are a lie?
This man take rubbish, all rubbish, 7 containers.
Rubbish.
No, it's no good.
Here is where your clothes end up.
For second-hand clothes.
Fast fashion.
The era of fast fashion.
Yeah, things go
Second-hand market is simply when you go every few months to buy clothes.
I'm in Port Richey, Florida. Yep, I'm heading right
Some
by there in a
people
couple of
prefer
months.
to donate
Just
their
a
clothes
$10
to someone
gigs a
else.
second. That's
And
pretty
here
freaking
we
good.
are talking
They're
about
always freaking
second
complaining.
market.
Yep. I don't think we can really criticize YouTube too much for when content creators like I felt first have appointed the police moderators of their chat to put people in timeout. Brother, you spam, but I didn't tell him to do that. I told him not to do it. When you get upset, you repeat the same thing over and over again. Then you yell at me saying I didn't, or I'm afraid to say something that I already said. That's not thought policing. That's not thought policing. You get upset. I enjoy you being here, but you go overboard. I told him not to time you out anymore unless I say so, but that's not the problem. Your thoughts are coming through, but you can't repeat the same thought 78 times in 10 minutes. It's not thought police. You're going the wrong direction. Anything can be talked about here, and I'm absolutely about it, but you can't take it overboard. And if you didn't hear me say one of your posts, and then you keep repeating it, saying, he won't say it, when I've already said it, you're going overboard. It's not thought police. Jeremy Clarkson's farm, I watched that. How you doing, Shiva?
We have arrived in the capital, Accra. This is the largest second-hand market in West Africa.
We've been thinking that the people that died out there, you people are bringing their clothes to us. So we are now looking for another job to do. Maybe we'll sell ice water.
Yeah.
There are 3 second-hand markets. Only one of these.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, we have a lot of people with my. That's up. The thing about YouTube's AI algorithm, it's a moderator can chat, shows of my content creator. So you're repeating it again. You're repeating it again. Who is spamming because I don't want to? No, you're fine, Samuel. And yeah, so see what you're doing. You're repeating the same thing that you just said not even a minute ago. Do you see what you're doing? Everybody is censorship happy. It excludes content creators on YouTube. I said, who cares, dude? It's his stream. Start your own stream. Right, go start your own stream and repeat the same thing over and over and over again. This kind of video makes me also feel so rich and proud because I'm able to stay at the house and make $3K. That's great, but that's not the point. What's the point, brother? How many times are you going to repeat it? I'm not going to change. I'm not going to change it. People just want attention again. Yeah, that's what it's starting to feel like because we get the point. And if I can understand if you waited like 20 minutes and there's a new 10 more people in here and you want to repeat the point to get to those 10 new people, but it's like this, it's like I'm not going to repeat the same words. I'm reading everybody's chats, and yours are 100 words long, and then you repeat it 3 times, and I have to read. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Markets sell good quality items, while the rest sell bad ones. Bad quality items are sold for $0.02, which means 2 cents. No one wants to buy them. They used to sell good quality second-hand clothes before the COVID-19 pandemic, but now they are selling very consumed items. There are materials that are very, very poor.
Here are the clothes. They're sold individually. People buy these items without knowing whether the quality of these clothes is good or bad, but they take the risk and buy it. Then, these clothes can be damaged after just washing them once.
I did not watch the World Cup.
The reason behind poor quality is fast fashion. But what is fast fashion? Fast fashion is a term used to describe the quick response to recent trends or seasonal trends. It is manufacturing cheap, trending clothes quickly that can be changed
I was not
or replaced
upset.
swiftly.
I simply said AI Dana
The
says
designs of these
people
clothes
sick
are
of
copied from
artificial
top global brands.
That's not what I'm talking about, but you're saying it again. Gambling Goodwill clothes. Yep, that's what it is. It's a bunch of Goodwill clothes. That dude's about to catch a timeout. I think the guy who's spamming needs to go touch some grass and calm down. Saying someone is spamming is an excuse. Yeah, you're done, dude. Somebody get him out of here. Get him out of here. How do you even type so fast? He's talking. He's yelling at his phone. He's like, I just said I'm not spamming. Did you hear me say I'm not spamming? I didn't see it pop up on the screen. I'm not spamming. Yes, you are. You're going crazy, dude. It's obvious what's going on in your brain cells.
Such as Zara. They're made of cheap materials and sold for very low prices. You may get rid of them after using them twice. In fact, such clothes can be damaged quickly. They end up in landfills, therefore increasing environmental pollution.
China, it's not good at all. You people should help us. We are losing our money.
You cannot see it?
You cannot see.
I don't care.
They seal it inside. So they have sealed it, so you cannot see what is inside. Then you just go by.
With the increased use of TikTok and the presence of companies like Shein, a dress is sold for $5 and used for one TikTok video. According to the PR strategy of such companies,
imagine,
a large number of clothes are distributed to famous users who unpack them in their videos. But due to their poor quality, they become second-hand clothes.
You cannot have a business model like that and operate in any way with respect to the planet or its people. You just can't.
It's a Chinese company called Xie.
Even Africans
pretty
know
low
China,
price,
no good.
ranging from
obvious.
$2 USD to $30.
Madness, we give them so much money. Right. Well, one of the biggest things is that we sell attention, and we use influencers that influence people's buying and spending. And then they say, oh, if you want to be hot girl summer, you've got to wear this, use this makeup. And then people are like, but the makeup I bought last month, but that's last month. That's hot girl August, not hot girl summer, And then so it's like, and then it just happened. Not just women, I'm just using that as an example, and over and over and over again. And that's what it's for, to influence your buying. Nobody will like you unless you wear this. This is what the hot girls are wearing. We're boss bees. These are all marketing terms. They're all meant to emotionally manipulate people that can't think for themselves. And boom, 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 boom. People buying. And where are you going to put all the clothes? Especially Shein stuff. You're buying these brand new for $5. It gets worn once and it's gone. You have to acknowledge that they're very good at making stuff. Yeah, no, they're talented. Absolutely. They're absolutely talented. All the water bills are high due to rich asking AI every 4 hours. 4 times. Yeah, that's my fault. I apologize. It's original. Isn't it true? It's true. Tires are the most polluted thing in the garbage. I didn't know clothes are tossed as well. Yeah, tires are one of the worst because they don't break down. At least clothes break down. I mean, some of the even the thinner stuff. The stuff they said like plastics don't break down is a lie. Plastics absolutely do break down. But they wanted to be able to sell something that didn't have a long value by attaching a marketing term to it to make it sound like it'll last forever. Plastics don't degrade. And they do. They absolutely degrade. And so, but when you're selling natural fiber like cotton and whatnot, that's going to last for a long time, and it's just going to take up space. The polyester stuff, you just touch a flame to it, it's gone. Do you know what I learned today at work? China owns America's largest pork producer, including the farmland the company owns. I did not know that.
So if not good quality, they throw in the garbage?
Yes. After the selection, the rest they can put in the garbage.
Good quality?
Yes. White man clothes. Yeah.
T-shirts, Lacoste.
Okay.
T-shirts, some of them don't good. They are not good at all. The person who came for the selections, this is the selection that the person got. You see, if the textures are like
brand
this,
new
then
stuff.
it's good. You
Brand
see,
new.
You see.
Are those draws?
These are the nice ones. 3 bills that I cut. This is the only selection that I follow. All these ones are spoiled. You see the texture, the next, and
Still
the
have a
texture.
tag on it?
So if the person buys it, she washes it once, then she cannot wear it again.
Oh, that's a huge.
We don't do nothing. At times we cry. We go out there where we bought it. We go there. They don't mind us. They will tell us. We talk to people that will sell you the goods. We will not get any feedback.
Only you wash it one time and then they throw it.
Dude's gonna come back stronger.
Because of the texture.
Damn, I didn't know that.
It's 20
Iowa
pesos,
pork
30
do they own?
pesos.
To know further about that, we met one of Africa's biggest suppliers of second-hand
so at
clothes.
least there's that. Well, if it's good, if they're doing a good job with it.
To know more about how he
But
gets
it is
these
interesting
items
to see
from Dubai
how
and
we don't
Europe.
produce some of our own
quality
food
the
inside
clothes
of our
in this mountain-like place is poor and cause pollution. Personally, second-hand markets are responsible for the part we talked about earlier, which is cheating by the company or finding a damage in the item. Perhaps they find unwearable clothes in Africa and get rid of them.
Oh, it's second-hand.
So this is
And
what.
sell them
So
in
there
West
shouldn't
Africa's
be
local
one
market.
naked behind in Africa, men, women, or child. If all of these free clothes are going there, and these tons of clothes every day that are brand new, there shouldn't be. Every man, woman, and child should be getting whatever they want. I have and you know what I think's happening is it's the value of what they're sending. So if they send $1 million worth of clothes and you set up a nonprofit to say I'm going to donate $1 million to Africa if I can raise $1 million, they raise $1 million and send $1 million of worth of clothes because the street value for those clothes, the retail value for those clothes would have been around $1 million, and they're just going to pocket $800,000 or whatever, $800,000, you know, whatever the million minus the shipping fee and the handling for that to get there. What'd you say? I have a joke, even though I'm terrified at them. Why did the chicken cross the road to go to the clucking deli? It's a nonsense one. It's all right, but it's all right. Joke. A company they're called Smithfield Pork. They're one of the largest accounts, over 3 million sows. Good evening, Dorjean. America has become a service economy like Britain. Yeah, because we got rid of all of our, in 1994-ish, we got rid of all of our manufacturing. Damn, we could have set up a second-hand business in Africa. You could, but who would buy it? They're getting all this stuff for free. You know, I mean, I just don't understand why the people don't have it. And you know what I think? A lot of the times when you see these little starving kids that are naked and whatnot, I think a lot of them are maybe because of the parenting, and these are the ones that they found to put on the video to say, please donate more money so we can save these pot-bellied children with flies landing on their eyeballs. I think giving Africa crap like that is keeping them down. Same concept with welfare in the West. A lot of people just live off of it. But why does it work? Why don't they just do it? Like people saying if we stopped, they would be able to develop. Why wouldn't they just develop anyway? Something's going on. I once worked at a storage that sent used clothes to places like Africa. I was checking strength in the glasses, and I found a pair of expensive Gucci glasses and accidentally pocketed them. No, you're not a bad person. They would have just broke them. I would have done the same. 8 p.m. in 7 years. UK ain't UK no more. Nope. Indeed, the company owned the glasses. Now they're probably donations. Good saying for life should be what Lightning McQueen said in Cars 3. Life's a beach, and then you drive. Dun, 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 dun.
Personally, 90% of these clothes are newly manufactured. With ultra cheap materials that may be damaged after you wash them for the first time, then you get rid of them. This is what happens in Africa.
Jeez. See, why wouldn't you burn that?
I live in every
why wouldn't they burn that for power? Why would they not? Why would that stuff just build up? If you've got all of that stuff, why would you not burn it for power and water purification and like well pumps? I mean, you have this constant thing coming in. Like I saw it's odd that they just let it rot. It doesn't seem to make much sense. They could use it for water filtering. You can layer polyester and cotton up and then dump water through it, and then the water will be filtered as it goes through. Like you could use this trash. Like you take this like round pizza cutter and you just cut out a bunch of the same shaped circles out of a whole bunch of different types of clean clothes, and you stack it in like a 6-inch PVC pipe. Water comes in the top, and as it goes through, gravity or even a little bit of force can force the water through it, and it cleans the dirt and stuff out of the water. Like, why wouldn't they do that? They have all this stuff to do. Nobody's saying, hey, because like I know about this, and I've known about this since I was in Cub Scouts when I was like 11 or 12. So they should know about it too, and nobody's doing it, and they're drinking dirty water and whatnot. The Cars 3 quote was not expected. I didn't expect it either, brother Captain. Well, technically they did because it donated to the company but sent to Africa, but it was all donated. They donated it to you. You were working for the company. I was entirely aware. If the entirety of the UK was U.S. state, they would be the poorest state. That is insane. The African countries eye on charity and reparation from other countries and don't use it for development. Correct me if I'm wrong. No, you're right. Their cities are a bit better than Portland. No, Portland is shit. Agreed. Because apparently the government likes to have a telephone pole up its butt because they think nuclear reactors are clean, even though the reactor can make us pass away. Well, listen. They are new reactors that are very safe compared to like the old 1970s and 80s like Chernobyl type reactors. I think we still have fear from them. There's a bunch of newer type reactors that are being developed, particularly in Germany, Copenhagen Atomics, and they've got a very safe version that fits in a like tractor trailer trailer. And that can provide power to like a city. Yeah, Portland, Philly, LA.
Post and work in secondhand.
See what wait never mind.
Ghana is the biggest to make the second-hand
100,000.
clothing. You can't park your car. All this place is containers. Plenty containers. All is second-hand. The UK is the biggest. Ladies t-shirts.
The UK is the biggest?
Yeah. We have A and B. Grade 1, grade 2. The grade 1 is nice. Yes, if this is not nice because it's B. You understand? First, I go to Holland to see it. Sometimes I go to London to see it. Because if you open the container, unless the container is here, people rush and come and buy it.
And listen, they're on their way. If AI keeps going like it's going, they're 100% going to go. And actually, they're talking. Microsoft just paid a bunch of money to look into restarting 3 Mile Island in Pennsylvania. Nuclear reactor weapons are safe. Nuclear reactors are safe. They're the most efficient way to get natural energy with a harming environment. I agree. No, what makes them better as Chernobyl is that they can still go over overdrive. So no. So the new versions, the ones that use liquid fuel, can't go into thermal runaway. But the thing is, with the old ones that used solid fuel, the fuel would expand when it got hot, or the graphite tips were, and then they couldn't put them out or push the rods in to stop the reaction, causing what's called thermal runaway or nuclear runaway. So these liquid ones, if you just stop pumping the liquid, it stops the reaction. It's all right, brother. Nuclear power is very safe. Don't let history scare you. Right, there's been a ton of breakthroughs. There's a small chance of more likely to be eaten by a shark than a nuclear. Yeah, agreed. They're a lot safer than, remember, school. If you went to public school, they're going to tell you things to scare you. Absolutely. Always double check what you've learned in school. Always. There's multiple levels of safety redundancies that make it practically impossible for them to do anything back. And like I said, with the new liquid salt reactors, the thorium reactors, if the pump stops running, then it's not pumping any nuclear material into the reactor. And then if it drains, there's none in there either. So if the pump fails, nothing bad happens. And if it drains, nothing bad happens. Because it's all in a collective box.
If it is not good, you are here, you carry it.
Called the onion core reactor.
Try. Take your goose. I can't sell it. See, all is rubbish.
There are 2 grades, A and B. Grade A clothes are excellent and sold. Grade B are not used at all.
This is small quality. We don't want this.
So this is B, huh?
So they don't bring this one inside. This is B.
They're bought and supposed to be good, but they're either thrown or given to mechanics.
As rags,
they're not
I guess.
used.
What up, Drong?
They end up on this mountain. Guys, the smell is very bad here. Here's where your clothes end up. Poor quality clothes are dumped and burned here. In the middle of the city, amid all these mountains. A very large place that's full of clothes. 15 million items are dumped here weekly.
All right,
Can you imagine
I'll do it
this?
again tomorrow.
Ghana is a cemetery for second-hand clothes from Europe and Britain. So you wait for these clothes containers.
I just saw a headline earlier. China's getting closer to space-based solar power. I'm not sure what that's, but that seems significant. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Supposedly, we tried making a car with a small nuclear reactor, but it was classified too dangerous because the radiation from normal cars would cause. Yeah, that's the 1970s stuff we're talking about. That was just crazy work. Nightcat, so we could donate stuff so they could burn it. Exactly.
Is to arrive.
Yes, at the end. We receive them after the company finishes their work, including sorting. After the items arrive...
To Ivory.
Yes, to Ivory Coast and all other African countries. We are Africa.
Africa?
Yes.
Who is behind cheating when there are poor quality items?
The nuclear reactor in the car goes in a wreck. Yeah, dumb idea. Considering how dumb drivers
we should not
are.
Forget that we don't work with machines. We are all humans. Some people cheat. For example, you may get to know a new person every day to work with. Once you agree with him, he sends you very poor items that should not be sold. In the end, we suffer the loss. because no one will buy them. The quality is poor and they were unwearable. This often happens with people who are new and have no prior experience in this work.
You're not responsible for sorting, you just receive the items and sell them.
We are not responsible for sorting. In fact, we can't. Because if we sort them, that means we take items that include good and poor quality clothes. I have to pay the containers customs charge. Let's assume $10,000. If I bring a container for
So
$10,000,
he
30% of
gets that container shipped full of clothes for 10 grand. So there's probably 200,000 pieces of clothes in there. If he's got if he could sell them for $1 a pair, or I mean, yeah, you could definitely make that money back. I think the front yard backdrop or something will be good. Okay, all right, I'll check it out. Yeah. He's probably not from Ghana. He's probably a colonizer. Yeah, migrant, maybe. I mean, we could probably find out.
The items will be dumped in the garbage, though I paid customs charge.
He's not speaking
this won't serve
African
my
or
interest.
English.
So
I
items
think
should
he's
be
speaking to
sorted.
this Arab guy. Let me see what the language is here. Arabic. So they're speaking Arabic back and forth to each other, and it's being translated into English with the AI, and then translated into English with the for the closed captions. What would be cool if a piston engine that runs on water, like the guy who made the dune buggy? This car was stolen, but real thing happened. No, I know. We know all about him. His name was Stanley Meyer, and he died of a heart attack in his plate of spaghetti. I know all about him. I know all about his buggy. I all know about his hydrogen cell. Are you talking about secondhand clothes? There's a shipload of them here. Yeah. That's what they're talking about here. He's talking about he gets orders of shiploads of clothes in, and then they're donated. So he only pays the custom import charge for the container, which is, he says, like $10,000. So if he can sell enough to make that $10,000 back plus commission plus what he looks 11, called it.
Yes, of course. They should be sorted and well prepared.
Where do these clothes come from? That's why we went to Dubai. These are the clothes we donated.
We have those here too, in Georgia.
We had to see the largest company and clothes supplier in the Middle East.
We are GCC International.
This is their idea. In 2007, they started this idea. There are two Afghan brothers.
There you go.
Their industry is located in Sharjah's free zone. We asked them for a tour.
We are one of the first companies that worked in collecting second-hand clothes in the Arab world. This section is for duty-free items.
That's when they come packed. That's the way they come packed. Then they're rearranged, and farmers and working class buy them, but the margin is about 100%. There you go. I once had to pack 2 ultrasound scanners in a container that would be sent to Africa. They were worth a few 100,000 Danish kroner each. And don't mess that up, Andy.
Countries such as Oman, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Australia.
Bahrain.
The majority of items here come from the Gulf countries. These items over here are from Spain. We brought this concept to the Gulf countries in 2007. We turned this eco-friendly project that was not used by anyone into a philanthropist project. Items are placed here first on these tables.
I used to have a shirt that had an aircraft carrier on it with 2 F-18s taken off from the front bench. It was lost because I grew out of it. I missed that shirt. Find you one, brother.
This is the sorting section where we sort each item. We have first, second, third, and fourth levels.
So they have 4 levels. Not
These
2.
go through the networks. After this process, each item is weighed here, because each item should have a weight. A machine press is used in the following process, which means 40 kilograms.
I captured this in Ghana. You'll put the clothes together after sorting them. After that, the press machine will be used and the clothes will be weighted. Following that, they'll be sent to the ship over here.
After the press machine process, items will be placed here. Each line represents a specific item. This is Tanzania, Mali, and Pakistan. This is the process of container loading.
Yeah, I was about to say. That's what I was about to say. That's
Our
more than
Lebanese
40
friend will receive these
kilograms.
items
That
and
didn't
sell
make
them
any
to the
sense
local
me.
market for people.
Like if you were just compressing at 40 kilograms, why wouldn't you just use a 40 kilogram weight or just a lever? Like, why would you use a freaking piston? It's too bad we have import tariffs that prevent us from buying secondhand stuff from the States, or else we would have to be able to buy a car for a quarter of the price here. Yeah, brother. Blame your own government for that. Blame your own government for that. They had one against the United States for decades. And then when Trump came in, they were like, can you please buy some of our products? And they said no. So then he said, okay, then we're going to have the same tariff against you that you have against us. So it's absolutely your own government's fault, because your governments don't care. Yeah, 40 kilograms is like 88 pounds or something. 90 pounds, something like that. I have a shirt that was a Mountain Dew logo on it. Maybe 40 kilograms of clothes, yeah. Blame Trump for being a tariff. No, Adam, you can't do that. You can't do that. You're going to have to be fair either way. He only imposed tariffs that equaled what the other countries were imposing on us. See, your news stations never told you that you had a tariff against America. And then it only got found out about when Trump said, we're going to equal the tariffs that you're levying against us against you. So it should have just went to zero, but India and the UK, Spain, everywhere that decided not to. They said no. So we'll just go to an equal, because he could have said, how about we just go to zero? And that's what the deal was trying to get, to say, let's have no tariffs. You won't have tariffs against us, and we won't have tariffs against you. But the countries that did not want to drop their tariffs had one levied against them. So you got to be fair, in either way. Imported secondhand cars are taxed at 150 to 200%. No, it's somehow Trump's fault. They just haven't figured out how to spin it. They're working on it. Now, I'm not wrong, and he's Swiss. There you go. So if you guys impose tariffs, is that something like a holy support? I kind of it's a tit for tat. That's exactly it. What's up, Perpetuity Slip? We have to invest 130 billion to not lose control of any other country. Yes, Trump imposed equal tariffs against a bunch of countries because he's a fascist. Obviously, he's a Nazi fascist. Obviously. Yeah, reciprocal tariffs is what it's called. Reciprocal tariffs.
Now you know where your clothes go, right?
We finished our processes and the items are shipped to Africa now.
That's it?
Yes.
The sea is over here.
Yes, they will be shipped now. We have 450 staff. Containers are found in all Gulf countries.
If this is philanthropic, how are they paying for 450 staff? Can you explain what you mean when he's joking? He's joking. He's saying people call him a fascist, but he's obviously not a fascist because he's helping people and countries out and doing things equally. He was making a joke, Liam, brother. Trump didn't exactly win anything because of the war, because my 65-year-old father told me somehow Iran is a better economy now than before the war, so in sense he did nothing for it. Maybe he didn't do anything for Iran, but he definitely did everything for the people around Iran, and Iran's getting $300 billion in economic help from the United States and the countries around them. People weren't trading in and out except for China with Iran. And so now Iran will be able to sell their oil freely around the world, which will help Iran grow a lot more as long as they don't have a nuclear weapon. So they've only been doing a bunch of they've been selling oil to a whole bunch of oil to China, and that's about it. And now it'll be allowed to go everywhere, so they will be able to start pumping more oil and producing more oil and making more money and doing things for their people. But they've got to stop killing their own people, and they can't produce a nuclear weapon. Yeah, he's doing pretty good. And I didn't even vote for him. Do you know these guys who are running this operation are filthy rich load of? I guarantee they are. I don't know, brother. I don't know. But that's the deal. I don't know whether it broke again or not. If it did yesterday or something, I don't know. From an outsider perspective, a lot of rep policies are natural shift to protect the internal economy. I mean, if you can't print fiat forever, right? Bring Iran into the Western fold economically and away from Russia and China. It's much more. Their economy is better now. Right? No. Right. It's the problem is if you want to. Here's the problem. People want to talk about things that they only know what the news tells them. And the news only tells them what they have something, if they have something to gain to say about it, or one of their advertisers want to be said. But if you really want to know what's going on, go to the government website. Don't listen to the news. Don't watch the news. You'll be much less stressed and much less happy. Much more happy, because you won't be constantly emotionally manipulated to that you have to buy this or do this or get this shot or that shot or whatever. Just see what the government says, because they don't have to tell you the truth on the news anymore. Ever since Obama Biden, they can tell you what's called an opinion. They can say their opinions. They can say, I think that Trump is bad. And, for whatever reasons, but they don't have to tell you the truth. This is why all the news stations in America and around a lot of places around the world they don't line up. Like, how can there be Fox News and CNN? They'll both have different opinions about the same topic. So if one of them was telling the truth, one of them's not. So they're either one of them's wrong or both of them's wrong, but both of them definitely aren't telling the truth, which means one of them's not telling the truth. So it's it lets you know. Just go right to the data. If you want to know about oil, go to find out oil's current spot price, or the current price of a barrel of oil. See how that's going. If you want to read the deal that's going on with China, do that, or Iran, do that, and find out what's actually going on, because you're going to be lied to over and over and over and over again. The geopolitics, Trump's 5D chess when it comes to that stuff. I agree. Yeah, art of the deal. Sup, broke again. Iran closed Hormuz again when Israel attacked Lebanon. There you go. Trump has acted like a dictator, not a leader. No, brother, listen. No, he's not. No, he's not. Please, Samuel, you've done so good so far. You don't know what a dictator is, obviously. He's not stepping outside of his constitutional authority. The people that don't want him elected are saying that over and over and over again, so people that don't really know what they're talking about will repeat it. He is not acting like a dictator. He's doing his job, which he hasn't stepped outside of constitutional authority yet, and he hasn't dictated anything. And we have more open. Joe Biden required us to get a vaccine. That's a dictator. Obama required us to get Obamacare. That's a dictator. But Trump, we're allowed to do what we want. That's not a dictator. Yeah, he's definitely not. Yes, better to read and understand the economics and rules of the government opposed to simply listen to the pipe news network. Isn't it true that Americans' tariffs 13.8% is among the highest compared to other countries? That I don't know. Leader doesn't act greedy, but yes, I agree with you. Genuinely, I only watch the news and weather because my dad tells me shit never changes, but it's the same bullshit. Right. Listen, it doesn't matter if he's building his own companies. That doesn't matter. You would do the same, and your father would do the same if you were president. You would do. The thing is, do not hurt people while you're enriching yourself, while your companies are growing and you're selling. So he's not saying like, oh, I'm going to start a vaccine program that I've got my money invested in, and I'm going to tell you that you better go get it or you can't go to work. You can't travel. That's dictator stuff. And these dictators didn't want to lose their power, so they lied to you and told you that Trump would be the dictator, so don't vote for him. So these dictators can stay in. It's all a lie. On import, let's see, from what country? Is that the average? Vaccine with 49 possible illnesses included. Yeah, he's doing pretty good. Israel is the world's biggest terrorist. They broke the peace Iran. They attacked Lebanon. There you go, brother. India, we have 100 to 150% tariffs on imports from the U.S. on used cars. Iran was never at peace. No, right. Iran was not. Yeah, Iran was attacking people all the time. They've killed tens of thousands of people in the past 47 years. And people are like, but it's only like 50-some people a week or whatever. It's like, what? But yeah, and they're killing their own people. Yeah, that's not going to happen. The thing is that the countries around them, the other Middle Eastern countries should have taken care of Iran before because look, what do you expect? Even if you're not for Israel, or Palestine or whatever. It's not those people. It's the government. And if you're not going to do something to change that, then don't bitch about it, because it's not the people. And then they put the blame on Israel, right? They were at the Iran deal, but they closed it again with the national Zionist nation attack Lebanon. I had a girlfriend for a while, but we broke up 2 days ago. We were living together, but I had no internet. I'm back on now. Welcome back, Georgie. What up, John, brother? Palestinian terrorists attacking Europe for 20 years. Right. Sure you do, Georgie. You missing your girl. Why'd you move in so quickly? Of course it's blame Israel, but aren't they the ones who started attacking Lebanon? Right. No, Lebanon has been attacking. Lebanon has they in their doctrine is to erase Israel and to take Israel for the people. So, I mean, you can't have that. It's going to happen. This stuff should have been taken care of decades ago. But they want to destroy Israel, and they help Hezbollah to attack Israel. So why didn't the people inside of there get rid of Hezbollah so everybody could live at peace? Yeah, the story isn't as bad as, they're Zionists and this, and that. No. There's decades, there's centuries of history leading up to this stuff. It's not as easy as flipping a coin. Please don't see me as a bad person for having my own opinion. It's due to me being a pure Phoenix Scorpio. I don't believe in harming innocent people, just happiness and freedom and peace. Right. Do you understand, though? I know I'm not. You're good, brother. I'm just letting you know that you have to understand that if you're trying to stop, when you just listen to the news, you don't know what's going on. So you don't know who has been being killed for decades. And what led to this. One news station will tell you one thing, one news station said the other thing. Worry about your own family, your own country, your own community, your own state, and let the other countries figure out the stuff on their own. Do not break up personal relationships over politics. Let them figure it out. These are these 1,000-year-old blood feuds, tribal feuds. It's absolutely crazy out there. I grew up watching a TV show, Islam supremacists doing terror attacks. At least Trump is finally condemning Israel's actions. Right. Yeah, is Lebanese government literally Hamas, or are they just a big group in Lebanon? It's hard. It's how I mean, I don't have that information. I got no idea. But their government isn't going after them. Right? Their government is fostering the relationship. So what can you do? It's not Lebanon itself. It's Hezbollah and Hamas extremists. Right. It's like I'm saying. It's you have the leaders, you have the terrorists, and then the people. The people of Lebanon aren't the problem. It's the leaders of Lebanon allowing Hezbollah or Hamas to foster their camps and their training facilities, whatnot. The leaders of Israeli on the campaign of destruction to pull America right into it. We'll see. Lebanon. Hamas does not control Lebanon. There you go. I broke almost every relationship for politics. I think that's too, John. But Rich just made it sound like they were fighting Lebanon. It's since Charlie Kirk. Yeah, the government supports them by virtue allowing it to happen. They use religious persecution to force Christians to hide and flee. That's correct. Yes, but is it fair for Lebanon citizens who are getting murdered by Israel? Well, brother, like you said, you can flip the coin, Adam. Israeli citizens are being murdered by Hezbollah. You know what I'm saying? And they won't stop doing it. Why won't they stop? Because they believe that they should own and get rid of the Jews. Right, so it's part of their doctrine, and they're just trying to spread that doctrine, right? And then more attacks are going to happen. The problem is with terror attacks, they're just killing a few people here, a few people there. It's not like, oh my goodness, 20,000 people were killed. If that happened, then there would be more. But they just kill little here, there, 7 people here, 17 people here, 2 people here, and just eventually it's going to get to a boiling point and pop. I started screaming so many names at her that she recorded me and kicked me out again. I apologize, but she said she's scared now. Yeah, Georgie, that's not good. That's too emotional, brother. The government doesn't officially support Hezbollah, but they can't stop them due to the government being divided. So then what? So they need help. Then they need to ask for help. America will go in there and take care of it, but they say that it's all okay. We're taking care of it, but they never do. It's just like the same thing that's happening here in America. When you look at like Chicago, there's not much crime here. 14,000 people murdered since 2001. Oh, it's going down. Yeah, still 400 people a year. But they're just lying, trying to hide it over and over again. And they're not asking for help. It's the same thing. And then while they're not, because their country's divided, their government's divided, the terrorists are getting stronger, and they're building and growing. Yeah, definitely got to control that. I agree with you 100%. My dad told me it all takes one crazy MRF to end the world, so I'm not saying just hurt you or others. I'm just saying I'm scared of what to do if something slips. I understand. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's true. But the thing is, you've got to know what you're talking about. The Trump is a dictator thing just is not true. If you want to understand what's really going on, you can't say things like that to shut down conversation. What you should say is, why do people say Trump is a dictator? And then you can get the information, and then it can calm your anxiety once you get it. Because keeping people on edge and having people respond emotionally like that, you'll never get the info, and it's usually people that do not know the truth. They've only heard things here or there, so they think that they'll sound educated by saying these things. And these people have said that to you, so now you believe that to be true. But you have to know why, and you know, find the definition of dictator and say, what is Trump doing to be a dictator? You know, what up, Shayna? What up, Ray? Lebanon citizens aren't being murdered by Israel. If you were Israel, you should stop it. I told her I didn't mean it, but I was so bad because she always screams at me and kicks me out. Brother, yeah, don't live like that, dude. Happened to you too. It's been said for Lebanese citizen, IMF for murder Lebanese citizen, just like Hezbollah. Well, then they need to get that taken care of. How many years are they going to let that happen? How many decades are they going to let that happen? CNN is run by Chinese and Muslim Brotherhood interests. Stop watching news sources that don't use facts. He's a kid, though, John, brother. Hippocrates, just passing through. You're looking grayer than a few days ago. Good to see you. Good to see you, brother. He doesn't use CN. Trump is not a dictator, but he would be if he was allowed. Right. Well, the thing is, a dictator won't care. It won't care, right? If he was allowed, he still wouldn't be called a dictator because he was elected and he's doing what he said he was going to do. A dictator will just do whatever they want. But yeah, if he could be voted in as king, it'd be a different story. I tagged the president of Marco Rubio under the post of the Italian Prime Minister lying about being an ally. What up, Ilias? To my own research, I don't even trust who's good. Good. Chinese spies are all over the world now. Yeah, we had a mayor or something of California who was a Chinese national spy. She got arrested like last month. Thoughts on Trump pardoning the Jan 6 scumbags? I mean, if you think there's which ones, the ones that set it up or the ones that got arrested? I think the ones that set it up should go to jail. But the ones that were just in there walking through, no, that was overblown by the media. If you regurgitate the standard on CNN, I assume anyway. Not allowed, but if he was granted permission to be allowed to possibly become one with America stand. Yeah, probably. I'm sorry. My apologies for emotionally hurting people. No. You're good, brother. You're good. No. You're good. Richard, you listen, brother, you're one of the least educated people I've talked to in here. I think you just want to fight with people. You don't know what you're talking about. If there wasn't a live stream link, then I would be giving you the source. It's all right, brother. I think it's impossible to become a dictator in America. Well, that's what the founding fathers set up so that wouldn't happen, right? Did you get your own source from the Zionist news source? I know some stuff about the Middle East, but I'd rather not get into that. Not my conflict, right? Yeah, that's not my conflict either. This guy's got to deal with it, and whatever the hell's going on over there, I'm not going to sign up to go over there to fight. So what can we do here now? How can we help make your guys' lives better here now? Yeah, I don't subscribe to them either. All right, let's see what's going on here.
These containers are for philanthropic foundations. We, as a company, buy the items that they can't benefit from.
So you brought this concept
Yes.
here.
So, if we go back before 2007, people who are in need of these clothes didn't benefit from them. The revenue of philanthropic foundations
I assume you
has
watch
greatly
CNN
increased
got no
now.
logic against you.
The sorting process
Ain't
includes
happening, Space Cow.
4,500 tons of clothes.
Ain't happening.
Which means 4 million kilos monthly.
Since the foundation is in a city like Dubai, there's no need to donate
I'm
such
asking
clothes.
questions,
The
which either you
foundation
answer
sells
or
these
answer.
clothes
right
to
answer.
these companies.
What was your question? What was your question? Do you believe in the Constitution? Yes, I believe in the Constitution. Do you not believe? You don't believe it exists? I listen to the real people like Iranians pledging for help with the IRGC soldiers. I have because you keep getting me banned. You got me banned twice in 2 days. What were we talking about? Yeah. I'm in a pretty good place where I get to communicate with a lot of people on Discord and whatnot that have some rough stuff going on in Iran, and they're happy with what's going on. They're just not allowed to say it because they'll be shot. Space Cow, you are banished from this realm. Trump has done some idiotic stuff I disagree with, like early on when he went to 60 Minutes and claimed we need to be bringing in 8 times the amount of H-1B Indians. I think he reversed that. Yeah, he did reverse that. He's going to court, I think, tomorrow or today. He put in a thing in order to stop. Well, the thing is, he said we can pull in more, but it has to cost $100,000 per application fee. So in order to make it, because what they're doing is they're getting Indians in to do Americans' jobs and then paying them less. So it's hurting people around here. It's not like there's not Americans that they can hire, and then there's like the amount that they can't get, then they're bringing them in. They're just saying, no, we're going to hire them because we can hire them for $60,000 a year rather than $150,000 a year. Well, Sam, also watch Lebanese citizens who are asking for people for outside aid. Yeah, right. The thing is, and the way that we typically get the news is from the news, from the leaders of these nations telling us how bad everybody is. But when you talk to the people, all that's crap. Pretty sure Elon got it in his ear. That's why I guess the H-1B visa stuff he was pushing. Boss. Did you make that name yourself? I think Richard Dugans. Who's Sauce Cow? I just know that I don't support Hamas, Hezbollah, and IGF. Right, I don't either. Absolutely not. My mental disorder is a pure Phoenix Scorpio. Permanently makes me hardwired to see through people's lies, which is makes it very hard for me to fit in. Even here, I feel like an outcast. I don't know. You're welcome here as long as you want, brother. 100,000 fee is a proposition now. Early on, he just expanded the program 8 times amount of H-1B. So, what's up, Aaron? Brother Rich, do you think history will view Trump in the future? So I think he's going to be viewed favorably. With the BBC has been pushing a lot of anti-Trump campaigns. They've been pushing a lot. Now that what's his face stepped down, what's his name? What's the prime minister's name in England, UK? What's his name? Jeez, dang, I can't remember his name. What was his name? Thoughts on the 300 billion to. Okay, you want me to tell you the truth, but you don't want me to tell you the truth. Who's it coming from, Richard? Who's it coming from? It's coming from America and the surrounding countries in the Middle East. And do you know what it is? It's not cash. It's going to be setting up company. It's going to be help getting to expand their oil processes and to set up international business trade centers, which we will make money off of. They're not just getting cash like Obama sent. I like your point of view, Rich. Besides, did some reading on the internet over the past few years, broadened my perspective of the global economy. I'm here to help, brother. It's not happening. The deal is broken. Outsiders being Hezbollah sees a whole city blocks within Lebanon. You're seeing a twisted CNN narrative. You need to open your eyes. Right. That's a big problem. If you're seeing things on the news and learning this, you're getting what they want to show you. And that doesn't have to be the truth. And that's unfortunate. It's been broken 39 times. What up, TW? A CNN narrative. I guess I could say the same thing, being controlled by the Zionist narrative. I love that. Get it? Got it. Good. Chill. Keir Starmer. So Keir Starmer just stepped down. Trump has no business. He's the president. He's the president of the United States. What do you mean he has no business in foreign policy? That's his job. That's what he was elected to do. Jeez. What's up, Neo, brother? Long time. It's been a couple days. Dude needs to step down years ago. Good evening, good afternoon, and good night. Tornado Wrangler. Besides worldwide, there are some things that best allowed to sort themselves out pretty much beyond my control, and that's what completely fair. Anyway, in life, it's fair trade-off. Yeah, I agree. I'm watching you from a 2012 laptop. Windows 8.1. How do I look? Hey, it's open to 8.1. Nope. They want money up front, not drawn out like you said. I didn't say drawn out. Who said drawn out? I said they're getting $300 million from multiple sources. I didn't say anything about drawn out. You said that, Rich. I think generally the West misunderstand the Middle East. You can't simply buy those people with money. Hey, look, I'm not saying what's right and what's wrong. I'm just saying what's true. No, I agree. I'm saying what this plan is, because these people, at least Richard guy here, is just saying things that's just repeated, but it's not the truth. I'm not co-signing any of it. Hopefully Trump doesn't get elected again, because he already has been in twice, unless I am wrong. But my government class said a president could only be in twice, not more than that. Right? Yeah. He's I don't think he wants to be in 3 terms. I think he wants his political enemies to believe he's going to try, so because they get so stressed out and raged up, and he's a troll. He's an absolute troll. I'm sorry, that was one of the dumbest comments I've ever seen on the internet. Yeah, dude. Listen, I say, Richard, I can help you learn anything you want to learn. Brother, you need help, and I'm telling you I'm willing to help you. Please stop with this bravado, fake intellectual crap. Try asking the West that. They won't listen. Chat's getting heated up. I switched to commercial. Dun, 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 dun. Get you a 110th grade wackadoo hat. I'm going to have to set Richard one for free. He's going to need a shirt, too. Donnie Teeth, my brother in Christ. Samuel can't get elected again. He's just rounding people up. Yeah, he's just trolling, because he gets trolled so much. He's just giving back to them what they gave to him. Yeah. It's just funny. I think it's funny. Big bad Israel, country of a whopping 10 million, surrounded by 150 million Muslims, just the country made adjacent to Israel. And what a joke. But they've been told this since birth. You know, Trump has no business handling the United States issues. Right. I'm going to give him a call. White House switchboard. Hi, can I have the Oval Office, please? Please hold. This is Trump. Hi, it's Richard. Hey, Richard, you're the best. You've got the best channel on the internet, teaching these kids what's what. Hey, you have no business handling U.S. issues, ND said. My bad. Can you come take my spot? Name one thing Trump's made your life better, and don't say tax on tips. Closing the freaking border, lowering gas prices, lowering egg prices, lowering food prices. Look, I live in a red state, dude. I don't live in a Democrat state. Just because your leaders are robbing you blind doesn't mean it's happening everywhere in the United States. My investments are up. Silver's up 5 times what I bought it a year ago. A lot of things. Absolutely a lot of things. He's stopping this transgender on kids craziness. He's stopping women from getting beat up in men beating up women in women's sports. He's doing a lot. What? How about you? Nothing, because you're too mad. Some good news, dog. Elon's got no business handling these rockets. He sucks at foreign policy, brother. What do you mean? The Abraham Accords. He's done more for the Middle East than the past 40 years worth of presidents. What are you talking about? He stopped more wars than the past 4 presidents combined. You don't know what you're talking about. Maybe I feel for you because you got my name, but you're dumb. Boo-hoo, a country that received aid from the West, a country that even condemned the U.S. for condemning Israel action, even though the U.S. had supported them for years. Yeah, well, they're like our outpost in the Middle East. What'd you want? How was low food? How low food, low inflation, low economy high? Brother, my economy's doing pretty good. What are you talking about? You're repeating crap. You understand that, right? You know our jobs outlook is 3 times higher than projected. Even though you hear on the news of people getting laid off, there are a lot of more people being hired. Do you understand that? Do you understand that you just do not know what you're talking about? Bruh, Richard, you can't be that captured by liberal media. He absolutely is. If you want to learn, teach me common sense, because much of the world lacks it. I'm not saying it's really people. Just say, I agree. Lowering egg and gas prices, like the guy who starts a fire that wants to praise when he puts it out. Right? He just said, what happened to me? No wonder why Israel spends millions on their propaganda will fall anyway. The reputation ain't recovering. But Jeff Bezos has no business handling deliveries. Aid compared to the immense oil money of the Arab world. You need to calculate again, goofball. You're stunningly ignorant. Obama, is this where all the clothes go? Yeah. Sorry. I got into the politics.
And gets money to do other activities. They are sold to the right place.
Let's see. Yeah, he closed the freaking border. Jeez.
Second-hand markets are found a lot in the Arab world. But these markets in the Arab world and Europe differ from some African countries.
And
there
silver,
is vintage.
401ks, the stock market's higher. I mean, if you don't have anything in investments, then you might not be seeing anything. And that's on your own. I mean, do you know gas prices are like $3.50 here now? And you know, in Texas, they were $1.07. So gas is dropping significantly and quickly. And that's very, very good. Our border is closed. Do you know how many dangerous people were in here? Do you try to figure out who the richest people on the planet are? Do I try? I don't. Yeah, I don't really worry about it. I worry about myself. I think a lot of people pocket watch other people. And I think that's why people are so bad with their own finances, because they just think, oh, if I had his money, everything would be fine. And instead of saying, let me look at my budget, you know?
Financial situation, I know many people who buy second-hand clothes, though they can afford the most expensive brands. In Europe, some people like to wear vintage clothes. So today, if there's a particular model that you like a long ago, you may only find it in second-hand markets. Vintage clothes are not found in Africa because vintage or antique clothes are really expensive. These are the most expensive items in second-hand.
He helped the entire stock market rise. So that brought it up too to where it's been now, and it's done. The stock market is. Well, let's see what's going on. S&P 500. All right, let's look at 6 months here. All right, let's go to a year. All right, so let's go 5 years. All right, so that's 5 years ago. There's been constant growth all through Trump's presidency. Here's the beginning of Trump's presidency right here, and it's just the economy's just been going better and better and better and better and better overall in general. The people that don't want him in, the people that cut off the money supply to the people that were stealing aid, allegedly, are mad, and they're the ones in the newscasters. Those are the ones that are newscasters and whatnot, and the advertisers for them. So they're just publishing it over and over. If we can convince everybody to not keep Republicans in charge, then we can keep stealing and robbing again. Maybe a better question is, are you interested in figure out who rules the planet? I am interested. $3.8 billion in aid to Israel, $900 billion oil profits per year. Yeah, I'd like to know. Guess what? America First isn't happening. Midterms would be a reality slap for you. Jeez. How many seats are Democrats looking to lose to lose? Okay, Republican sweep. Democrats are projected to lose 5 to 10 seats in the U.S. in the House and 2 to 3 seats in the Senate. If that happens, brother, the Republicans can get anything they want passed. They only need one more senator, and they're probably getting 3. I think Richard, you're only talking to liberals. I don't think you're talking to the people that there's a lot more people in the world than who you're talking to. There's a lot more people on the internet than who you're talking to. And there's a lot more people that support what's going on. And there's people that don't say what they believe because people like you get nasty and so they lie and they say they're for what you're for. But they lie because your side is nasty. Algeria versus Jordan. Those who bless Israel shall be blessed. Those who curse Israel shall be cursed. Get the history. Get on the right side of history. My dad once told me that it's shocked that there's so many programs for women, but nothing programs for single fathers because it's just me and my dad. He's struggling, 65 years old, and struggles a lot. Yeah, that's very, very, very big problem. A lot, men's health absolutely has not been a problem. Women. Single mothers, especially, a lot of money go towards them, and it's not. And you think it would be set up for single parents, not for just single mothers. But yeah, it's a big problem. Bugs rule. What I miss? Bugs rule the planet. They outnumber man 1,000,000 to 1. I understand that, but in the past 5 years, demand for silver has also raised a lot. Coincidence? Trump got president doing it? Possibly, but it was $20 and it jumped to $100 very quickly because nobody wanted companies manufacturing in America. Trump was running on bringing manufacturing back to America, which he has done. So because that news happened, they knew that there was going to be a lot of companies that would be using silver. So a lot of people started buying silver knowing that when he got elected. That caused was a significant cause for the jump. What's up, user? Golden rule. He who makes the gold makes, who has gold makes the rule. That's right. You could get tired of doing this, guy. You could get tired of get fools. Do they do their research before they get argued? But feel good about yourself. I'm America first. Me too. Yeah, why are you not America first, Richard? Going back to it. All right, Aaron, brother. Yeah, all over the world, absolutely. Well, okay. Hyper-liberal and pro-progressive, pro-libiquita people, perhaps. Yeah. And listen, I'm not anti-libiquita. I'm anti pushing libiquita on kids. Rest of the world pretends to hate us anyway. To hell with them, right? I bought a bunch of silver. Someone stole all of it along with my other belongings. What up, plus cheese? That sucks, person. If it brother.
Markets. Some people pay around $200 or $400 per item because it's rare. There are Zara.
Some people spend $200 to $400 per item because it's rare. I'm in Switzerland. I'm Switzerland first, which means I'm in the US first. Yeah, good idea. Look what's going on in the UK right now. That's happening. The power change. Do you see that Nigel? What's his name? No, oh damn it! What was his name again? Oh man. Prime Minister of the UK. Keir Starmer, his party, who is basically the Democrat Party of America, is that they just lost 1,400 seats. 1,400. And usually what goes on in Europe eventually happens in America. So you can tell how the minds are changing in the UK, and that's what's happening to the people that you're not hearing from in America. Should not be America first, it should be humanity first. Hippie, why even jack headphone speakers and microphone volume to the max? Just straight destroyed by ears. Just put a time and space. Sorry, bro. Sorry. The Strait was open before the war. Now the Strait is closed, which the war was skyrocketed global fuel prices. Great. And so do you believe that sometimes suffering has to happen in order for growth, or are you just not? Do you just think no, everything's going to be good every day? Lonesome Valley. Nigel Farage. I'm talking about Keir Starmer. Nigel Farage is the guy that got it. Where was the humanity when I needed a second chance? That's crazy how they let the rest of it show the chat every message. Yeah. I can set it too. I can set it on auto.
Known in Arabic as ballet, from the English word bail, which means a large bundle.
Richard, he's still got over 2 years left, and you guys talk like it's over. It's already, listen, if it ended today, if his presidency ended today, I'd be happy with the Trump presidency. But he's still got 2 more years to go, and you guys talk like it's over. You know it's still going on. It's not like the Trump presidency ended and the Strait of Hormuz is closed. You know they're still dealing with it, right? It's like saying like we're playing cards and you have 5 hands to play and we play 1 and you lose and you say, see, you lost, you're such a loser. The game is still going on. The game is still being played. You're trying to call it before the game is over. Yeah, and you got the only thing you have is the Strait of Hormuz. What about anything else? What about the rest of the great stuff that's been done for the rest of the Middle East? What about the people that are alive? What about the Christians that have been saved in Africa? It's been happening. Poland, Greece, Romania. It's coming along nicely. I finally woke when you woke. It's on awake. Yes, that's what needs to happen. How are you, Mason? If a mosquito bites your skin and you scratch it and you have some scab, is it bad when you scratch it? I scratch mine, but you want to make sure your fingernails aren't dirty. Like, wash your hands, especially if it's gonna bleed, because you don't want to put any like wackadoo poop or whatever you got under your fingernails, like you cleaning up dog and cat poop and picking your nose. You don't want to put that into a scab. But yeah, what do you mean if Trump presidency if the Trump presidency ended yesterday, if it was the end, like, and then somebody else got elected that started, because like the Trump presidency isn't over with, and people like Richard are talking like we're talking about Obama. Like 8 years ago, Trump did this, he sucked, he was horrible. He's still playing the game. He's still doing it, and they're talking like it's over. No, it's absolutely crazy. Trump is president. When did that happen? I thought he was The Apprentice. Remember how I said I'm 12th graduate? Well, I was setting up Dollar General AutoZone. If I didn't know, they replied back. I got a message wanting me at Porsche. There you go, brother. I'm the only person in my family that voted for Trump. It was my first time voting. I would say I know jack shit about politics. I'm 23, but something told me to do it. It was like an instinct or something. And I think a lot of people followed that instinct also. That's what it felt like. He's not going to solve this before his presidency is over. Iran is tougher than he thought. Okay. So you think, but that's the only thing is the Iran war. So say the Iran war goes badly, and the Strait of Hormuz stays closed. What about everything else? But there's no way that would happen. He'll just turn them into glass and then open it up. I was to be at the computer but declined because I didn't feel like it. There you go. I'm not a huge Trump fan. I was in America. I would definitely rather have Trump than Kamala. Right. Rich, I got a question about Discord. Last time I sent an invite link, my period didn't set to never expire. Then I logged in again, and it's showing 7 days. Is that what I'm seeing? Like, or if you set it to never expire, it should show an infinity symbol. If it switched to 7, brother, I do not know. I do not know. I voted for Richard 3 times. Bam. 39 times he said there was a deal in place. 39 times. Okay, great. It's not done, dude. It might get to 70 times because people are saying that there's a deal in place, that something happens. What about your life? How many times did you do something that didn't turn out, and then you have to fail and keep going? It's in progress. You need to save the settings. There you go. Save the settings. I voted for Trump 39 times.
In French, it's bal. In Arabic, it's called bali.
Never will you attain the good until you spend from that which you love. I believe that you should donate your usable and good quality clothes. Donate the things you love. In the end, I'd like to thank NordVPN for sponsoring this video and supporting us. They help you protect your data. Click on the link below and get a discount when you subscribe for 2 years. And you'll also get 4 months for free.
I'll check out the old link.
We have servers in 60 countries, so you can choose any country and your location will change to that country. You can access Netflix from any country in the world and watch the show you want.
All right. Yeah. Hire a clown, accept the shit show. Brother, what do you mean? Do you know the people that elected him are happy with what he's doing? And why you think this is a shit show? You think this is a shit show? Who cares how many times they screw up the deal? Who cares? It's like he doesn't have hundreds of other things that he's gotten pushed through. I don't get it. Weather forecast for Tehran: high temps 6,000 degrees, seas, winds out of the southwest 840 miles per hour, 1 million sunscreen recommended. Yeah. I mean, just because you want him to be a failure, brother, he's not. And you can fail at things like you. you're obviously a failure, but you're getting back up and trying again. Like, look how many times you've been wrong these past couple of days, and you keep coming back. That's right. So you've got, and that's what he's doing. So he's put up a deal. It failed. He puts up another deal. It fails. He puts up another deal. That's what you do. That's how growth happens. Except on the Epstein files, he shit the pan on that one. Okay, yeah, well, man, I mean, I'd like to see everybody swinging on that one. I'm pissed about the kind of switched up on us for the mass deportations. Get these people out of here, especially the big cities. Yeah, I agree. What up, Dean, brother? What to do, brother? That'll be worth it, promise. Yeah, and I think if we still got 2 years left. I think once this fraud stuff keeps going through, I think once the post office thing goes through, where the voting, not the Save America Act, but the thing he's pushing through with the post office to require any mail-in ballots to have serial numbers and a database going back to that serial number, because then California and those other sanctuary states that have sanctuary cities in them won't be able to do mail-in voting fraud anymore, and then the Democrats are done until they get their shit together, because that's how they're keeping things together. And so if that happens, and these are things that obviously Richard doesn't know or care about, because if he cared about it, he would look it up. But he just thinks that he could win an argument by saying 39 times, right? And then it'll go to 40. That's the way numbers work, right? Failing at something isn't the end. If it is for you, you're a loser. I was at the moment I want my dad's truck work. It's a 1999 Ford Triton pickup truck with a 5.4 liter V8 2-valve engine. 2 valves per cylinder, I'm guessing you mean. But sadly, it's in disrepair because it's been abused for 27 years. Well, sometimes that happens, brother. Sometimes that happens. See if you can swap the engine. Spent a day in Jamaica. Islam hijacked Persian cultures, Zoroastrianism, and predates Islam. Brother, yeah, I tell you what, there's a very interesting thing that I was reading, the Proto-Quran. The Quran was originally written in Aramaic. The Proto-Quran was written in Aramaic before, what's his face? What's the guy's name that burned all the Qurans and rewrote it? Hassan Abad, what was his name? Can't remember his name. Yeah, that stuff's going crazy. You wonder why the hell the serialization of mail-in ballots wasn't already a thing. I assume it was above board, done secretly in China, meant millions of counterfeit ballots. Yeah, right. That because they want to cheat. Right. There's not. We put serialization on our bills, on our money, but not on our ballots, when the ballots are way more valuable than the money. For Democrat operatives to scatter around, this could steal state level elections, right? Oh boy, 36 times federal judges show me proof of voting fraud. Trump, nothing. Are you a pattern here? Wake up. What are you talking about? 36 times federal judges said, show me proof of voting fraud. What are you talking about? Do you know it's not fraud because California passed the laws? And do you know they found over 100,000 in other states? Do you know in my state of Georgia, there's lawsuits going on right now over the 2020 election voter fraud? You just do not know what you're talking about. Look at Fulton County voter fraud lawsuit that's going on right now. Yeah, you're dumb. Have you ever looked into the dead screen? Yeah, I read them. Yeah, the translations. I think he needs a vacation. Rump voted through a Malin when he was a Democrat, remember? Right. I remember that. And now he's not a Democrat anymore. He's on his redemption arc. Do you hate that? Remember, he was one of you. And then he changed, which means, and you know what he did? He probably learned what was going on with your guys wackadoodle cheating. Richard, why would every Democrat in the Minnesota legislature vote to not remove dead people from the voter rolls? Right, there's so much voter fraud going on in the other states. California changed their laws to not make it fraud to do that. And there's somebody that did commit fraud that just got arrested. California woman arrested for voter fraud selling tickets. California woman federally charged with going to Skid Row, gathered a stack of voter registration forms in Los Angeles County to register voters of homeless people. So there's another one right there, brother. Don't call people dumb when they're merely ignorant. My apologies, but he's actually dumb because he's not just ignorant, because he doesn't get it. I've been telling him over and over again for the past 3 days, stop calling the poor guy dumb. It's not constructive. Dead people are people too. Aramaic, Christian text influence the theological narratives of the Quran. Yeah. Plus, yeah, it's racist to have to remove the voter rolls, right? Yeah. So it's like, here's another one. Yeah, there's a lot. You just don't want to look for it. That doesn't make him ignorant. That makes him complicitly dumb. I'm here to help make people not be dumb. But he doesn't want to, because he doesn't want to see it, because he's captured a bunch of crystal haters. All right, let's see what's going on. When did ancient humans start smoking? Do we want to watch that? No, maybe not. Yeah, willfully ignorant. Yeah, there you go. I met a girl worshipped as a goddess. Purple lights are back. Minutes of horror. Jesus' tomb explained a process of making high quality 9mm. Uh-oh. New arrests made at the UFC Freedom 250 terror plot. There you go, Mike Barber, brother. Bam. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. You should put on a Shadow of Modern Odyssey. Shadow of Odyssey. In the history books, judges asked, show me proof of voting fraud. Have you have a memory block? Do you know they found it, brother? Do you know they now found it? So if you want to go back into history before it was released, yes, that we didn't have that evidence, but now we do. I know that because it's happening in my state. So you can go back to parts of history that's okay for your argument back before there was data, but now there's data. It's been found, and my state, and right outside of my city in Fulton County, you can look it up and go all into it. They found 300,000 fake votes. You gotta watch that shit. What's it called? I understand, but calling him dumb is not gonna help him understand. Just makes him listen less and argue on emotions. I'll donate $5 if you throw it on record. What is it? Shadow of a Modern Odyssey. Is it copyrighted? And this is it here. I'm planning to do experiments on it because 4.4 VA 200 makes 204 pounds of torque. Maybe where wheels factor because use a tractor. Yeah. I'm just smart enough to realize how much I do not know. Right? Yeah. And Shadow, maybe it is. Yeah. Let's see. Let's find out. It's probably copyrighted. Let's see. Yeah, it's copyrighted. Copyrighted. No, you can't see it. Copyrighted. Yeah, 2017. All right, brother. The mother of the daughter, 1 million in the state. You're correct. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not sure, but yes, that's it. Hey, Rich, I'm signing out. All right, Drong, have a good night. So you're all right, brother. Yeah, that's copyrighted, brother. All right, let's see what else we can find. All right, what am I looking for? Have a good day, Drong, brother. Okay, let's see. Inside the world's largest Asian redneck. We watched that the other day. Are your memories stored inside your brain? All right, let's watch that.
Memories are biological magic that enable you to experience bygone moments over and over. With them, your mind can encode, store, and retrieve information about the world and yourself. But memories are not static like photos. Like dioramas made from wax, each time they're under the spotlight of your attention, they can melt and change a tiny bit, which is a bit concerning because they are a huge part of what makes you, you. They are the personal law a lot of your identity is based on. and the basis for your decisions about your future. What does it mean if they change? And more fundamentally, what is a memory? How is a moment in time stored in squishy meat? Your brain is weird madness. The human brain is the most complex thing in the universe, so we need to simplify quite a bit. Scientific models work, but are not a perfect reflection of reality. It's a bit like talking about elementary particles, but in a nutshell, what makes you think and feel is a complex system of about 86 billion neurons. Extremely complex electrochemical root systems sending and receiving signals through synapses, tiny gaps between cells where an electrical signal is converted into chemicals, bridges the distance, is received, and converted into electricity again. This is how neurons talk to each other. And it's a busy conversation because a typical neuron is connected with up to 10,000 others. Together, they're a network of hundreds of trillions of connections, 100 times more than galaxies in the observable universe. From these connections, the magic of your existence emerges. To create purpose in this chaos, some connections need to grow stronger. Whenever two neurons fire at the same time, their synapses...
The first-person experience later analyzation are just so damn hard to keep separate. If more I hear of Caucasians being upwitting over my native ancestors, the closer I become the psycho. Yeah, the black mother and daughter vote counters. I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm talking about in Georgia here. I'm talking about. If you're talking about the one in California, doing the vote counting, but I'm talking about the 300,000 unsigned votes. Oops, sorry. Sorry, you can't see it. 315,000. The FBI seizure of Georgia ballots. Tyra reported over his 2025 loss. Fulton County admits to verifying 315,000 votes. Brennan Center of Justice. Last week, the FBI raided elections in Fulton County. This seems so they came back last month to get more. 315,000. Look, I'm not getting an AI summary on this, but yeah, 315,000 votes that were uncertified. They were just printed. They were on the wrong paper and everything. It's currently going on right now here. I live in Georgia. It's going on at the county right next to me. Sorry, my phone died. Glitched. Back to see a message of one of my dance players tractor. Brother, if the engine's still running and you could use it as a tractor, yeah. If the drivetrain still works, you can turn it to whatever you want. And remember, you can always weld more on if it's a frame issue or whatnot. If the transmission's good and the motor's good, yeah, you can do whatever you want. You can rip all the body frames, all the body panels off. You can reinforce the frame if it's still got a good drivetrain. Okay, I found you. Anak, Greg Stanford, Marietta, California. New Microsoft project. Floyd Propylon Cyborg Technology. Blood analysis. Mosquito. Bill Gates, Gilgamesh, and Army of Nephilim Revival Protocol. Dun, 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 dun. Yes. I don't know. Yes, yes, and yes. Okay, Chi, Automod just stupid. It's crack and now slur. What is that showing it? How do you know whether these people are real or not? I don't know. It's my job to respond, but I don't know, brother. So if I go, there's ways I can find out, but in the middle of the stream, I don't worry about it. Terry Davis, you're live. Don't tell anyone. Can you find me 11,375 votes? Right. Yeah. Yes. Right. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. That happened. Right. What do you want to say? So what's the difference now? So what's the difference? So the difference is he lost on that. Why? Why did those votes need to be found? And how would they find them? He probably, who knows? We never got an answer for that. Temple OS. Thank you, Indy brother. In general, on my behalf, the thing is, we got more out of Trump in 2 years than we got out of Biden and Harris in 4. And Harris said she wouldn't do anything different than was already set out to do. So I wasn't willing to go on to another 4 years. Yeah, there you go. I'm not a lizard person. Caucasians are this, Caucasians are that. Sounds like you're being a common denominator. Realistically, I'm planning a restoration process. Henry Ford, take it apart. I'm going to rebuild it. Pristine factory condition. Might not be worth the money to do it, though, brother. I mean, but if you want to do it as a project, what type of comments do you expect? And what do you don't like? I take everything, brother. That's Brother Sai. Whatever happened to Squirrel Sober? No, he hasn't been back, brother. It's only personal if you make it personal. What's your type of women? My type of women? Freaking awesome. Freaking awesome. Seems like you made it. So does morality matter in geopolitics or power? Yeah, morality should absolutely matter. When you come into things like that, you've got to understand that evil absolutely exists. And what's moral against evil? Is destroying evil moral? Right? And the problem is when we let people choose who moral is, we let the groups that could possibly be evil choose what moral is and publicly or socially what evil is. Indeed. I did. It's the tires are flat and the battery is dead. A linkage of transmission is busted in the paint. Well, the linkage is easy to fix. If it's just paint and stuff, that ain't no problem. As long as it's text-to-speech, Trump's COVID policies killed 1 million Americans. Dude, go on for hours and hours. Go on. Trump's COVID policies killed 1 million people, and I'm going to tell you that you're full of crap. It was absolutely not his policies. You don't know what you're talking about again. I'll give it to you when you're right, but you're absolutely wrong. When I see someone and for the policies that pushed the jab that killed a bunch of people with what's going on right now, yesterday and the day before in Congress, finding out that they gave us the wrong type of shot and the mRNA that they gave us was a genetically edited mRNA. And the lipid nanoparticles that went along with it were supposed to stay in the body for a short period of time, but were engineered to stay in the body much longer, which was a lie, which they said was not supposed to happen. But then we found out that it was manufactured to last longer. So that's what killed a bunch of people. And that wasn't the policies. It was the Democrats. It was Obama. This is why if you look at Obama's. Not Obama's. If you look at Fauci's pardon, it goes back to the Obama administration when Obama sent gain of function research with Fauci overseas. That's why Fauci's pardon goes back to 2014. Okay, sorry, where am I at? However, I need to know it's not this. It's some TLC from being abused at work for 27 years. Yeah, as long as it runs. A girl I've been with last month, Katina, she's white and completely gorgeous, 1 million gazillion. Is it true all human race is just diverse? Is race true? Well, yeah, we're all humans. Trump effed up on COVID by putting Fauci on it. But Fauci, yeah, right, absolutely. And the people that he was with, it was his first term, and they were like, this is the guy you need to do it. Yeah, that was it. But that was already pre-set up, like I said, from Obama. And if you haven't caught up on it, you should catch up on what's going on now with the COVID vaccine trials that are going on right now. You want another Latina? What goes clippity clop, bang bang, clippity clop, and I miss drive-by. What is person and personality? So a person is the being, and personality is what they project and so a personality is how you interact with a person psychologically, and personally, it would be like the physical interactions. Well, let Democrat run states. The cities oppose their policies when we should have sued them. Their policies were unconstitutional. I agree. I'm in Florida. COVID killed a lot of people while restricting or open too. Yeah, no, the open. No. The people that died from COVID had a vitamin D deficiency and other issues. The same thing that would be killed from the flu. The flu deaths were counted as COVID deaths. Florida wanted a free COVID state when it wasn't ready. Yes, it was absolutely ready. It was the jab that extended that out, that pushed it out, and the spike protein shedding that caused more people to get it. I know way more about this. If you're interested, I'll let you know. But if you want to know anything about it, I know about it from top to bottom, down to the chemistry. That's why I try to say antisocial with the flow, but the worst timing. What's funny is even though the truck has been abused and disrepair, I explained earlier, surprisingly, chrome bumpers are spotless, even though I haven't touched them once. That's good. You're blaming it on a vitamin D3 deficiency. If you want to go through and find out when the people that died from COVID, the ones that died are the ones that were deficient in vitamin D3. So, and also the numbers of the COVID deaths were counted if people that died with it, not of it. Brother Richard, you can't beat Rich when it comes to anything health related. Trust me. COVID was weird, man. It felt like all emerged from a different dimension. I agree. No, Trump's not evil. He's human. What vaccines you got? I mean, I got none. All politicians are evil. I'll go there. Yeah, politicians are evil. My sister Chrissy made the good version of the vaccine. Her team created it. No lie. Well, there you go. And this is one of the big things. They pushed it too quick. They didn't make sure they weren't in a vein when they were injecting the mRNA vaccine. If the mRNA vaccine went into a vein or an artery, then the spike proteins linked up and caused a gelatinous mass, and that did a lot of things to people. The lipid nanoparticles ended up going to the feet, nose, earlobes, and heart, causing issues with those areas. But unfortunately, with the heart, you had myocarditis. And this stuff's all come out in the past couple of days, also from the hearings. So the news absolutely isn't saying anything about it. If you're not watching the hearings and you're interested in COVID, you should definitely watch them. They're on White House's YouTube channel. I think Richard wants the smoke, but he needs to touch grass. Yes or no? The person just seems to be upset and just being wrong. Well, listen, being wrong often makes people upset. Our education system creates a lot of people like Richard, and therefore he's got the confidence that he's correct, but he's wrong. And so when you project confidence and are wrong, it makes you feel bad because you get roasted. My main discomfort was toward Caucasians was due to some from Florida that treated me like family till they found out that they know that they know land, that they get no land if they marry Navajos. Wow. I got two. Hopefully I got the good one. Why are you liking Trump too much? I just don't hate the guy. I don't hate the guy. I didn't vote for him, but I agree with what he's doing with the country. I agree with what's going on in the country, and I agree with the direction it's going. A lot of people can't see the future. There's two types of people: the people that see for today, and the people that can see what the difference is today, how it affects their future. So people that can look, and a lot of people, like Richard brother here, could only see to today, so he can't see how this may be good. He's not allowed to. He's not allowed to say what might this lead to that's good. He's just like, it's horrible now, it's horrible now, it's horrible now. But, well, if you don't change your way of thinking and start saying what decisions are made today and how they can change the future. Mandela effect, real. A surge super collider moon is still an alternate universe. Great theory. It's great. The Mandela effect does appear to be real. There's absolutely faked Mandela effects, like the cornucopia with Fertilum. There absolutely was a cornucopia, and even they said there wasn't, but then it was found. A bunch of people found a bunch of old cornucopias. The only truly bad one was made by Johnson & Johnson. That did pretty bad. I took all 3 shots and didn't have one issue. Believe in science. No, see, they didn't say believe in science, Richard. They said believe the science, and they worded that on purpose, because they developed the science. If you believe in science, then they would have done a bunch of repeatable and long-term studies before releasing it. Because Trump is based, well, yeah, that's right. I took 0 shots. I didn't have one issue. Me too. Yeah, not all, of course. I hear people out as long as they're so reasonable. As you should. Blindly believing in vaccines that suddenly needs to be pushed back. So, listen, you cannot trust pharmaceuticals that are rushed. You cannot do it. They need long-term testing, and there was no time for long-term testing. And so they just said go, and they've caused a lot of trouble. And then now we've got a bunch of lies. If a person is feeling constant 1 point pain in the left side of the chest for years, but it's normal, not too high, what is it? So there is a muscles between your ribs, and you can have like a low potassium or low magnesium that can cause, like, it's basically like a cramp, like a Charlie horse type thing. So like magnesium and potassium is what I would take if you have things like that, like a dull pain. Philosophical. There you go. Philosophically. There you go, Richard. And Beach, you must be living in the woods. He doesn't live in America. He lives in Denmark. I would rather jump out of an airplane naked. And like I said, so Richard, you didn't have that information, and you said something anyway. He doesn't live in America. I would rather jump out of an airplane naked with no parachute over a crocodile for me vaccinated. There you go. I'm all caught up with vaccinations through the Marine Corps. I don't want to prove anyone wrong. I want to come to the same conclusion. Trouble is, somehow liberals cannot happen ever. I think that's something very wrong. There's issues, right? I'm in the woods, but I have transportation, the internet, so I still see people and talk to people. What's your point? Richard, I socialize with people at work, school, no vacation, no issue. Science is a process, not a conclusion. Right. So they're lying to people when they said trust the science. They were not being honest. They were being deceptive because they wanted to make $1 trillion on this. If they could have pushed this vaccine, this modified mRNA vaccine technology to everyone and then say every child needs 18 of these before they go to school. You want them to go to school? Well, they need 18 of these. That's $1 trillion a year just giving kids vaccines before they get into school. So they wanted to mark up that we did not need to add more to it. We don't really need to add more to the schedule. Listen, when I went, there was 12 shots, and now there's 70. Method. There wasn't enough time to trial the COVID shot. Right. And you trusted the science, so there was no science. The science wasn't done. So this is what I'm talking about. You can't say you trusted the science when there wasn't any. Especially when it comes to gross generational entailments, Richard. Richard must be trolling or ignorant at this point. Science, what's for dinner? We would have been without the COVID shot, herd immunity. Yeah, okay, brother, I know that you thought herd immunity was something different before, so I'm glad you're learning. Yes, what do you think everybody else has? Not even half of the Americans got the shot. What do you think happened to the rest of them? Yeah, herd immunity. I heard they lifted the quarantine on the cruise ship, the hantavirus. That's a single-stranded RNA virus like COVID, like hantavirus. They're all single-stranded RNA viruses. How do you know so much? I educated myself. I wanted to learn everything about everything, and I tried my hardest, and I'm still trying. So I learn as much as I can every single day. Yeah, and we're old. I want to agree with people, but genuinely people can't be trusted because my mindset functions on different frequencies than others. That's why you think I'm classified. I don't think you're classified as an outcast. You might think it, but you seem all right to me. So research, all the information is free. Never took a COVID shot here, right? Right? Do you recall when Stephen Colbert, Stephen Colbert did that corny dance? Yes, and he had syringes dancing around him and stuff, and they were just trying to normalize this stuff. It's absolutely weird. 7 shots is wild. I had 3. And the other 7 shots is wild. We had 3 at the most for older people. There was absolutely 70 is what they've got now. It's not just for COVID, it's for everything, just to go to school, I believe, by the time you're 12. There's absolutely no time trial of vaccine. The trouble was Johnson & Johnson wanted to be the first to make it the mark the profit. That's why it was all about. I agree. Yes, he is also. Yes, I'm pretty sure I got the good one now. What up, Colonel? Is money information or energy? Money nowadays is information. It's information. It's how data in economy is exchanged. If the COVID shot didn't exist, we wouldn't be Brother, do you know most of the world didn't get it? Do you know that? Do you know that all these other countries in Africa and the nations and did not take it? Do you know that most of the people in the movie industry got it stabbed through their shirt and squirted out the backside? Do you know that most people didn't take it? Do you know that? It's a standard disease. Do you know that zinc and zinc ionophores dissolves the spike protein? Do you know that bromelain from pineapples dissolves the spike protein? Do you understand that there are other ways besides that shot? Do you know that there's been other ways for single-stranded RNA viruses like zinc and quercetin? Yeah, that's not the thing. The science that you listened to told you that was the only way because they wanted all the profits. It's not the truth. You're listening to them as experts when there wasn't time for experts. They didn't have the time to become experts, so why would you believe them as such? It's a new compound, but at least we knew it was single-stranded RNA. So we know how to deal with that. Zinc and zinc ionophores. You believe that you needed a product from the government. No so much because autodidacts do the research. That's right, brother. Just like now, it's mandatory to stick to one career so you can afford a nice home car, provide a family of 4, but almost all upper management's occupation for some power-hungry moron. Yeah. What would be funny if you started acting like Bill Nye the Science Guy? I used to watch him a lot too. Why humans are so advanced compared to other mammals on Earth? Why? We're the only ones that have the capability. Evolution is only a theory. You've got to understand that that's just basically sold as a textbook. We do not have any evidence of human or interspecies evolution, like a fish turning into a crocodile or a bird turning into a snake or anything. So we do not have any information on that. The information that we had about humans to chimps ended up being wrong. And all this stuff is recently new. If you haven't learned any of this in the past 3 years, and if any of the school books that you've read or textbooks you've read haven't been printed within the last 3 years, no one's going to know that unless you've looked it up for yourself. Money is interaction. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Richard, most people didn't take it. Yes. Nonsense. Trump sent the shot worldwide. No, he didn't, brother. He's all right. You think there are going to be more side effects? There were rumors that Dr. Pepper was also helpful. Brother, Trump did not force the mandate. Biden forced the mandate. Trump said it's available if you want to get it. Biden said get it or don't have a job and you can't get on an airplane, even though there were already other people. Dude, there were scientists that were getting canceled because they were telling how you can take care of it. Look what they did to Joe Rogan. They had presidents. He said 3 ex-presidents called Spotify to try to get his COVID video taken down and his ivermectin video taken down. And now they're selling ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine as COVID formulations for COVID. The Chinese have been playing with the pangolin coronavirus. It's 100% fatal. Human, what could possibly go wrong, right? Man Infidel. How you doing, Man Infidel, brother? Sam, stop laughing when there's too many people on board with the police making an issue. My friend came out of the house. Your boy Trump said he was sending it worldwide. He didn't tell everybody they had to take it. Do you understand that he knew as much as you know now then? It looked like his professionals were telling him it was a worldwide pandemic, but he didn't tell everybody to take the shot. He told them it was available and it appears to be good. And he made it available because it looked like, and then more information came down saying there's a lot of problems with this. That all happened during the Biden administration. Your boy Biden. Fire. I knew shots. I could have shots. Managed not to take any for 2 years. Then I just got to go to Italy. Yeah, you had to go to Italy. I'm not a boy. Sorry, Sonat. But I think he's going to be identified as a gay female bear. You are a filthy animal, Sonat. Sonat's an 85-year-old Japanese lady with the wisdom of a cat. I'm not a female either. No transitional forms in fossil record. That's right. They have to include half the stuff in textbooks. Sadly, goes against control. What happened to the Ancient Aliens show that says theoretically aliens came to ancient Earth? We ended up finding a lot more fossil evidence. We found the Cambrian explosion line. We found that we do not have histories back. We found out that a lot of the low quality evidences, the like single sigma evidences, and less, it just nothing did to it. It was a story that was put on TV to entertain people. It's the news. The news is just a show about sex and violence. You know, it's not, the news doesn't have to be true. It used to have to be true until Obama-Biden canceled the Smith-Muntz Act, I think it was called, Smith-Muntz. And that was when if a news station was deliberately misleading people, they could be fined for each action. When they did away with that, then the news could become fake news. They could say their opinions. I think Trump's a Nazi. Hey, so why do you have a Palestine flag? We got an issue in my friend group because none of us couldn't travel because we refused to take the vaccine. That's beyond me why Joe Rogan wouldn't sue CNN over that BS. Right. I would. Absolutely. Chinese, you say? The Chinese have been experimenting with microwave technology. That's why all the planes are mysteriously crashing. It's a pride flag. I read it wrong. Sonia. Sonia. If you like alien or space stuff, I could ask you all day. I haven't seen YouTube. Not if it's true, just makes curious. And we can talk about it. It's Pride Month. Ew! I want to celebrate the fact that I exist. Your reaction shows why it needs to be represented. Whatever. What do you mean? Whatever. What do you want to do with your... Tom, don't take it there. According to the data set, 45 to 50% of Americans got fully vaccinated. Do you support my identity as a person? I don't know. I just white to me about it. Just don't whine to me about it. White. Are you really going against Darwin? But the facts are facts. Evolution is how life came to be. Mitochondria cell, the mammalist human brain advance. No, none of that's proven, and actually it's been more disproven. So you're talking about stuff from 1860 or 1870 when Darwin came out with that. Do you know that Darwin did not even know about DNA? Darwin wrote that a cell was a gelatinous ball of protoplasm, and even Darwin said if the cell was more complex than a gelatinous ball of protoplasm, then evolution could not be correct. The theory of evolution could not be correct. It wasn't until 1951, I believe, when we found out about DNA, and that's when it went to crap. But so many schools and we're teaching about evolution. There's so many school books, so many colleges were making thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars selling courses on evolution and teaching it that they just going to stop. No, it was too profitable. So there's a lot more evidence that that's incorrect. We've found human skulls that go back 300,000 years, which means that we're way off the difference because they should not be that if the line of evolution comes through. And we found out that in order for RNA to spontaneously create, you only have 4 hours before the backbone of RNA dissolves. And so if this was supposed to happen in the water, in the ocean, you can't do it in a wet environment. It's got to be a dry environment. So there it can't happen. So people say, well, it could happen over billions and billions of years, but it can't. You've only got 4 hours after you do the reaction for the backbone of RNA before it starts to rot. You've only got 4 hours in a lab, in a very clean, sterile lab with this exact amounts and everything and reagents, high quality reagents, not stuff floating in the ocean. So it's not going to work. It doesn't work. Why Republicans are set against a COVID shot, I'll never understand. What do you mean? It's your body, your choice, right? You wanted it and you got it. Why are Republicans against it? It's not just Republicans that are against it, brother. I worked in the movie industry with liberals. We all didn't get it. They just told you they did to sell it to you. Mike Marburn, do you think the world? If you think the world is a scary place now, wait till mother drones start dropping micro drones. The mother drone. Richard, baby's body is not yours though. That's right. I'm gonna get an alien name. Yeah, I figured you meant wine. I thought you were being racist, Sonat. Didn't get the vaccination. Yeah. Evolution refuted. F that crap. If the aliens came to Earth and created humanity, comes from the story Zachary Stitch and read the 12th Planet. That's crazy. If you guys want to watch something on that? Geez, I'm way far behind. Lovely Lamb Lunch. Guess who discovered DNA? There was 3 people. A lady did the I can't remember her name. I used to know all these people's names. The lady, what was her name? She did the X-ray chromatography or whatever that showed that it was a double helix. I'm not both ways. I'm 2 different things. Bro knows every single thing. I'm pretty good, brother. Mendel Christian Monk. Gregor Mendel. Right. Most chemistry Nobel prizes have been given to religious people. Less atheists got Nobel prizes than religious people, and so and the only history of the book. Dog, what? If evolution were true, how come we didn't evolve any further than this? Right? Why wouldn't we be our final form by now? Evolution directly contradicts the second law of thermodynamics. You're spitting fire. The owls are hooting in the walls. Kangaroos are stomping in the mountains. You mean 0.75. 100%. Desecrating no grave sites is gain information about the past. There's no way to leave one correct. Leave it in the past. Who decides God didn't create evolution, right? I mean, God may have created evolution. We just don't have any evidence for it. And one of the big tenets of evolution, the reason we couldn't see it is because we were told that soft tissues could not be fossilized. But now we're finding single blood cells. We're finding sperm cells and ovum cells fossilized. So now we know a lot more about that, because before it was just make up. People were like, well, we can never find it, so let's just make up what it was. But then they got proven wrong, and they just said, well, we weren't wrong, science just got better. No, you made up a story and you lied. That's not science. You didn't have evidence. You just thought we would never have evidence, so you deceived us. Got it free in my country? No, I'm not racist. I was saying I don't care. Yeah, you said white instead of wine. I was just joking. Watson and Crick. That's it. Watson and Crick. When you're dead and you're gone, you come back and there's a God. Evolution takes millions of years. There you go. Thank you, Mike Barber. Ba-doom, boom, boom. Thank you, brother. Bam. As I said in Gen 0.75 existence below Gen 1. Don't have evolution to see behind what we have. Meant to see the truth. I don't even know what the topic is anymore, Super Obama. I was going to look up something about if you guys want to see some of the new data, evolution seen in bacteria. Bacteria isn't humans. Evolution happens in bacteria because bacteria transmit genetic data across. But there's been a lot of experiments done on like billions of bacteria colonies in order to try to just see at least one step further of evolution. But they seem to evolve forward and then back. So it seems cyclical. It's not like we can't see bacteria turning into people or bacteria turning into anything other than other bacteria. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we gotta find that. Let me see if I can find something here. All right, let's see. I can't spell it. That's the evolution myth, right? I thought in You're in Religion, Adam and Eve were the first humans. That's right, right? What do you want? We're talking about refuting evolution. Evolution, right? Evolution is, again, one of those things where the theory, they forget to put the conclusive facts. Microevolution can happen, but macro. Right, like if you go to work out in a gym, or if you get a job and you start lifting heavy stuff, your body will evolve and get bigger, but you won't become a giraffe. You won't change species. And the interesting thing about our DNA is our DNA can repair itself. And the thing that repairs the DNA, it's coded in the DNA how to create those cells that do the replicate or do the repair. So if the DNA wasn't already complete, then in order to tell itself how to untangle itself and tie itself back up and do all that, if that wasn't already coded in the DNA, then if evolution worked and we evolved into a piece of DNA, the next piece would just be dead because it wouldn't be able to repair itself. This is making me antisocial. Humans are cells. Bacteria are also cells. Different cells, though, brother. Tardigrades, yeah. Yeah, we'll look something up. Jeez, I'm way far behind. There you go, Deuce, brother. Bam. Thank you, Deuce. Okay, here, let's see how I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. Oops. There we go. Let me see if I can find something cool. Something really scientific. Really scientific. Bam. Bam. Why this happened? Why this upsetted materialist so much? Critics hated the story of everything. Okay, let's just see what this is. I don't even know what this is. Thank you, Super Obama.
Which is a testimony in itself that we were right over the target. A materialist mindset has real problems with this. So all they can do is try to criticize the scientists or criticize the people that supported and produced the movie. They are not contesting with the content.
Bam, Barber, brother.
Dr. Anthony Harper, you're blessed to be with Dr. James Tour.
Okay, so this guy's a chemist and nanotechnology researcher. Personally, I'm fond of the water raising bigger bucket theory.
He impacting national security regarding China.
Did the Bible ever talk about DNA? Yes.
Movie
yes.
That
this guy here thinks that when they're talking about the word, that's what it is. He thinks they're talking about DNA. When they're talking about the word, it's like the longest word in the world is the DNA, and they talk about it there. They don't call it DNA because we didn't call it DNA until 1950.
Much more. So first of all, please.
There you go. Yahweh's DNA.
You share your background, your current work experience.
Okay, hold on. Let me find some data. I want to find something that's. Oh, here you go. Where am I at? All right. Evolution. Okay, here you go. Let's check this out. Oh,
Digest.
Geez, that's an hour long. The science, let's see. The science. All right. Abiogenesis. That's 45 minutes. I'm not staying up for 45 minutes. Dividing. Yeah, I heard that too. Like, can I get a thumbs up even though I can't pay for what it's doing? Yeah, brother, I got you, Samuel. Bam. Thank you, brother Samuel. I appreciate you, brother. Samuel, thumbs up. You can be a Christian and believe in evolution, just don't think it's all true. Right. Well, it's not. It's definitely not all true. That's the problem, is so many people wanted clout during these discoveries. Something was discovered and they said, well, what is it? And they were like, well, it could be and they're like, yeah, and it could also be so they said, let's write some school books and sell it, because nobody can refute it until the new science proves it either right or wrong. So that whole time you're profiting off of it, because this is the thing about science and medicine. You don't get your money back when it's wrong. If they give you an antidepressant and you take it for a year and they switch to another antidepressant because it don't work, they don't give you your money back. When you buy a science book and it becomes wrong in the future, they don't give you your money back because they gave you the wrong science. So you can be wrong and profit. So they say, hey, we don't get in trouble for being wrong. We call it educating science or growing science or evolving science. Yeah, but you were wrong. You got to look inward. The evolution dogma. Play something about the Anunnaki 12th planet from stuff. All right. I wanted to try to find a video about the science. That's half hour. Harvesting. Okay. All right. Stem cells. All right. He's a good guy though. That's a good guy to watch. James Tour. All right. Where are we at? What are we watching? Anunnaki? Yeah. Since you gave me a thumbs up, I'll give you one back. Thank you, brother. All right. The Anunnaki. That works too. The evolution debunking stuff, all going over long form bits. And like a lot of people don't understand that there are other schools besides the schools that you know about. There are other schools that don't teach evolution. There are schools that teach there are different theories. There are more theories than just the Big Bang theory. That's just a theory because no one knows. There's also the steady state theory, which says it's always been here. And then we have the exploding, collapsing, or the cyclical universe theory, saying that it blows up and then shrinks down and blows up again and shrinks down and blows up again. So there's all of these theories. We don't know how the universe began. They're just saying, well, it's possible. And then the Big Bang there's more evidence for the theory of the Big Bang than for the cyclical, because we don't see it shrinking, but we won't know until a billion years or whatever when it starts to shrink, right? So you can write all the textbooks you want about it, and you could be the expert. If I met an alien and demanded to meet a leader, I would send them to Richard. Thank you, brother. Plus, deoxyribonucleic acid. That's it, brother. We didn't know. Blazer, how are you, brother? Who's Jesus? It's God. You asked me this the other day. It's God. It's the Holy Spirit. It's in the freaking Bible. Why don't you read it? What about the theory of Flight 370? I love mysteries. So you haven't figured it out yet. Man, I'm still missing. Yeah, Richard, you're asking these questions for gotchas, but the answers are in the book. That's good, Blazer, buddy. All right, what are we watching? The Y-Files. The Astronaut Gods. Let's say the universe inside you. 300-page book unraveled. 4 hours. You full playlist. Danny Jones. That guy's a wackadoo. What the ancient texts really say. All right. Oh, let me make sure this ain't freaking wackadoo. Okay, it's a podcast. Oh, let me see what this is all about. Hold on. I want to find some like data. All right, here's where they went. Oh, biblical collections. We go watch that. Oh, that looks super cool. Let's do that. All right, let's do this.
The theory of human evolution is one of gradual progress. At least that's what we've been told. Scientists say that around 5 to 6 million years ago, a species of ape stood up on its hind legs, marking the beginning of the early human race. For millions of years, our ancestors lived.
Brother, I've got a gift for information. I've got a really good memory. I remember almost everything I read here or say or write. And I'm doing this stuff. That's why I call it 110th grade. I'm willing to teach whatever I learn, because we've been lied to for so long about so much stuff, because people just want to do it and no one gets held accountable for selling us lies. So I think it would be kick-ass to have a community to say, well, here's the actual truth. Whether you want to hype up people or down people, regardless, but the actual truth. That's what I'm trying to get to. Anyway, I'm sorry. All right.
Lives. With only a few key innovations like fire and basic tools to show for
I don't mean to be rude and shape away,
but then something extraordinary happened.
Give me a migraine.
Around 20,000 years ago, human development took a leap so massive it defies explanation. From basic survival to building monumental structures like...
do this with the Dead Sea Scrolls. What up, Martian? Someone told before that they farted in the grandmother's bathtub. Early man. Is the earth flat too? I do not believe the earth is flat. So I was lucky enough to do my own experiments when I was a kid. My older brother worked for this guy who was a amateur astronomer. He had these big ass, like 6 feet long telescopes. It had like an 8-inch around mirror in the end, so it could collect a lot of light. Well, he upgraded to a 12-inch around mirror, so he gave my brother this big ass telescope, and my dad and we set it up, and we would do a bunch of we got into the stars and stuff like that. So then we started talking about the eclipses and the planets and the how to do the tests to see if the earth is round or not. So if you have kick-ass telescopes, you can look at the horizon and then you can start to see different tests. And then you can do this thing where you take tubes and you put them into the ground perpendicular, like straight up. And then you can put one a couple 100 feet apart
The farther apart, the better. And then you have to have one person at each one, and you take a picture. And then you can actually see when you look down inside of the tube, if you don't see any shadow. So if the Earth was flat, then if you put a pole here in the ground and a pole here in the ground, then the sun is going to go straight down the tube at both places. But because you're going to have a shadow on one side, because the Earth is rounded, so one tube's facing this way and one tube's facing this way. And that's what we got to do as kids. Up to you. Okay, yeah, whatever one. You guys want to do Anunnaki or, no, I already forgot what the other one was. Now I'm talking about how great my memory is. Do you want to do Anunnaki or freaking dare? Dead Sea Scrolls. Hope I'll live. Anthony has tried to be trying against everyone in the world. We're supposed to buy facts. It's called Boneheaded Debate. Even though my channel isn't connected and active like yours, I'm surprised I have 15 subscribers because they like my playlist. Apparently, honestly, don't know what to think of it. Enjoy it, brother. Enjoy it as it comes. If you got some people that enjoy your stuff, yeah. And then maybe later on in life, if you got more time, then you can start building to it. When a ship sails away at sea, the hull disappears before the mast. On a flat surface, it would just shrink evenly. Right, you can see as it goes over, you can see the sail. If the world is arched, as the boat and the boat and the mast go over, the boat goes down, and you can still see the mast go down like that because it's going around. Most of my subs are people I sub chatted with. There you go. I've been trying to walk horizontal, but it keeps getting farther the more I travel. Such a pain in the butt cheeks. The forbidden movie that shocked the whole world. Is this a movie? What's going on here? Subscribe for more documentaries being called. Okay, all right. We'll do the other one. We'll do Dead Sea Scrolls. Dead Sea. Hostalagia. 3 hours. Jeez. All right.
So in today's video, we're going to look at one of the greatest archaeological finds of all time. We're going to go to the place it was discovered, and we're going to talk to the archaeologist that discovered it. This great archaeological discovery was found in the country of Israel, in the city of Jerusalem, at a site called Ketef Hinnom. From ancient Jerusalem, Ketef Hinnom lies to the southwest, just across the valley of Ben Hinnom. Beginning in the 7th century BC, Ketef Hinnom was used as a burial ground with several rock-cut tombs. At Ketef Hinnom, I met up with Israeli archaeologist Dr. Gabriel Barkay to learn firsthand about the famous discovery he made while excavating the site in 1979.
Would you consider this one of the most important archaeological finds overall in this country?
You see, Earth is round.
Listen, even if I would not be involved with it, I would say it is one of the most important
if you go to the top radio towers
in
of Royers, you can see the curvature of
archaeology.
the Earth. That's what I know. So here's a really cool thing too. If you didn't know, rainbows are actually circles, but the bow is hitting the Earth or it's beyond the horizon. So like rainbows are actually spheres. Here, check this out. Rainbows in the planes. Not the planes. In airplanes. So when you see this, it's a complete circle. It's a complete circle, but you just see it hit. Often you see it hit the ground, but it's actually, if it was laser beams, it would be going through the Earth or it's going past the horizon. But it's actually a circle. It's actually a circle. Like right, yeah, that's a really good one right there in the middle. Archaeological they finally found a Bob. I'm sending you African coffee. Yeah, send me some African coffee. Thank you. There's a my freaking address is in my bio. Or which I could do. Thank you, brother. There ain't no Irish gnome without a pot full of coal. An Irish leprechaun. I have a photo I took of a full circle rainbow. Send it, brother. Prism, because you can make a rainbow using it. Prism separates light. That's correct. No, you're correct. Yes. The prisms separate light from their primary colors. Yeah, thank you. Absolutely. I'll do a review of it. Okay, where was I at?
So in ancient times, the dead were buried with valuable grave goods, but this made them a target later in history for grave robbers. And so even though there's thousands of tombs around Jerusalem, it's the great frustration of archaeologists that when they discover and excavate a tomb, they don't find anything valuable in it because it's been robbed out in antiquity. So it is the ultimate dream of archaeologists, including Dr. Barkai, to find an untouched tomb that's never been robbed out in antiquity.
And it's easy if you've ever learned about spectrums. You can actually use any reflected light off of things to see what they're, or burnt light off of things to see what they're made of. You can get what's called the refraction quotient. I think I might be incorrect about that. The refraction something. And it shows you, so you have like, if it's more red or more blue or more green, you'll see like little spikes. Here, let me just show you. Refractometer. I said refractometer. This ain't the right one. This is the one to show you like how, but I can show you what's in it. That's just to show you how much sugar's in there. Let's see, light refraction. What the hell do you call it? Just my point of view. I'm the one who knocks. Damn it, what's it called? It is called a freaking spectrograph. Not electrograph. S-C-T-R-A graph. Yeah, here you go. There you go. Over there. So you see the light, and it shows you peaks of how much light from each one of the wavelengths is absorbing. So then you know if whatever it's absorbing, you know what it's made of. This is how we know what stars are made of. Different stars, because you can see that so much of the hydrogen wavelength is being absorbed, which means it's not being reflected. So that means there's hydrogen in them Dare Hills. I'm genuinely curious, though, who you think would win, a P-51 Mustang with a F-200 Raptor. The freaking F-22 Raptor! What do you mean a P-51 Mustang versus a Raptor? The Raptor could fire the missile over before even seeing it. Yeah, that's how definitely I can tell what stars or planets are made of. Spectroscopy of the light. That's right. Yeah, it does it all the time. Yep. What time does use it all the time? I wonder what colors we can't see. Infrared and infrared and ultraviolet. Because I'm gameplay of where you can actually fight World War II fighting these modern jets, and you'd be surprised. Yeah, I'd be surprised. Not if I was the one operating the freaking the 22. Sorry. Yeah. So in a lab, the pure element reflecting light gives all the same spectroscopy. There you go, brother. All right.
1979, Barkai's team excavated tomb number 25 at Ketef Hinnom. This tomb had been greatly damaged by later stonecutters. All that was left was the floor of the tomb and a chamber underneath the floor called a repository. Okay, so let me draw this out for you. We have the bedrock coming down like this. We have a vertical face, perfect place to carve out a tomb. And so tomb number 25, you have the chamber itself carved out. And the entrance here, and then inside of it you have burial benches. These are for laying out the bodies of the dead. Below that burial bench we have another entrance to another chamber that I'll put in a dotted line that is underneath the tomb itself. And archaeologists call this the repository chamber. And so the dead are laid out in the tomb. And this, we got to keep in mind, this is a family tomb that's used generationally for centuries. And so as later burials come in, those earlier burials, they're collected, the grave goods with them, the bones, and they're put in this repository chamber.
So let me make sure that it's clear. So the bodies are laid out right here.
Trying to get the cat
They lay
in.
there for 1 year.
DNA
And they decompose, and then the bones are
Good night,
collected
John.
from those, and then they're
Night,
put
John.
down
Sleep well,
in
John.
here, the repository. How many?
Yes, in
how
order
many-
to make room for the next
For
generation.
the next generation.
The
How
Waltons.
many bones did you
I
find
remember the
in here?
Waltons.
How many? From how many people?
About 95 individuals.
And so then later in history, what happens is stonecutters come in, they start cutting away this stone, and this happens to the point where the whole tomb number 25 is greatly damaged, and so all that remains is the burial benches and the floor of the tomb, and then the repository chamber underneath that floor. We can understand what tomb number 25 originally looked like.
This is amazing because they've been cutting stone above this for a long time when the repository was there. So people stole stuff out of there, but apparently they didn't go into the repository and steal the stuff. Oddly enough, Homer Simpson was a stone cutter.
Comparing it to another Jerusalem tomb from this same time period, the Kingdom of Judah, that has been preserved. Notice the rock ceiling and walls enclosing the burial benches and the opening of the repository below. All this highlighted in red is missing from tomb number 25 at Katif Hinnom. Here I am lying on the burial bench in the preserved tomb, and then
Surprisingly,
with
the
two
TIF 22
friends
and people doing
on the
Mustang
burial
video in the
bench
game. I
of
was
what is
doing the
left
gameplay
of
at
tomb number
3, 6 minutes,
25.
except for
So as
Mustang
soil
went through time.
accumulated over the top of this,
I remember, yes,
and
I
bark-
remember the dinosaurs sitcom. Yeah, mommy.
Kai's excavation team dug down. What they found was just all that remained of the tomb, the lower part of it, the floor and the burial benches, and the entrance to the repository chamber. They were excited. There was hope. Maybe this would be the exception. Maybe as they excavated this repository chamber, they would find something of value. But as they removed the soil and the typical bones and pottery sherds from this repository chamber, they didn't find anything of value.
When I first went into the repository,
Yeah, that sounds like crap because the F-22 can see over the horizon. That could pick it up on like other radar. But that seems weird because the P-51's very slow compared to the F-22. But I guess if it flew past it too quickly. What's up, your local artist? No, they weren't just playing Minecraft.
was disappointed. I saw something which looked like a rock surface, which would be the floor of the repository. It had some earth accumulated on it. It had some stones accumulated on it, and nothing else.
So among the volunteers that year were a group of children from an archaeological club.
So he sent
and one of them was a young boy named Nathan, who it seems had a particular talent in annoying Dr. Barkai.
We worked here with children. Among them, there was a kid who was especially a nagging type. He had the ugly habit of always pulling my shirt from behind, and when I would turn around, he would ask me a silly question. I looked into the repository and saw that the floor is visible. I said to myself, well, it is looted as all the other repositories in the other caves. But I had an idea. This is the place to put little Nathan.
You got pickaxes.
I thought that for a while I'm not going to see him, and that's an advantage. So he was asked to clean the place and prepare it for photography. He was alone. He was bored.
Egypt, they had
he
the
had
Nile.
lots of equipment with him. And not half an hour passed that I was far away, and I feel my shirt being pulled from behind. When I turned around, I see him standing with two pottery vessels in his hands, almost complete, dating back to First Temple period. That was against all instructions. If he finds something, he had to call somebody over, one of the supervisors. But what happened is that I was ready to suffocate him on the spot. In any case, we came back, and I found out that he made the discovery of my life.
So here's what happened. At some point in the ancient past, possibly through an earthquake, the ceiling of the repository chamber had collapsed down and formed a false floor that sealed off the valuable contents of the chamber.
That's right.
And so this tricked the tomb robbers who came in and thought that there was nothing valuable in this chamber. And then later, it also tricked the archaeologist. And so it remained this way until Nathan came into the tomb with his tools and doing what boys do. He ended up punching a hole in the false floor. So I can only imagine what must have been going through his mind when he looked down through this hole and saw all these intact pottery vessels.
And that is when little Nathan
Yeah, so
came
this
in
is how
and
you
began,
would be buried with a Bible back then. You would have to have someone hand copy the scripture and wrap them up and put them into clay pots that someone had to make, and then they put it into your tomb and created a false floor. This is how important this stuff was back then.
That's why I'm an oxpecker, man. Led to the discovery that the layer
I know what he
of
is.
rock,
I know
which
what he is. I know what it is. He's a pixel man. He's got a Google Pixel phone.
I thought to be the floor actually was not the floor, but a layer that got unpeeled or exfoliated from the ceiling, and it buried underneath it the very rich contents of this repository.
I have this incredible urge to tug on the back of your shirt.
And so amazingly, Dr. Barkay got what he'd hoped for, what he'd dreamed of, and that is the discovery of a tomb chamber that had never been touched, that had never been robbed out in antiquity.
The finds represent the only repository which was found intact to be known in Jerusalem to date. Inside this single chamber, we had more than 1,000 objects.
So then they started excavating the repository chamber. So we have this layer system within the repository chamber, with the layers at the bottom being the earliest and the layers at the top being the latest.
I am magic. I am knowledge. What's going on, you soft-handed sissy bitches? I gave a little Nathan chocolate bar for pottery. Oh, yeah, and you made millions of dollars off of it.
I want to see where exactly. So, oh, wow, that is deep.
You have a foothold.
Right here to the left, yeah.
Yeah, they carved that stuff out. Imagine that.
Okay,
like,
Dr.
it's
Barkay.
not like digging in dirt and putting a body in the ground. You're chiseling out an entire tomb with a false floor. You wouldn't guess my phone? Hold on. Let me see. Let me see if I can guess it. Let me see if I can guess it. Hi. What's Samuel Agee's phone? Sanyo. ND says Nokia 3210. What you got, brother? Any idea whatever happened to Space Cow? This is Space Cow right here, Toyota Wrangler. I had diarrhea once. Doctor said genetic. Runs in my family. Dun, 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 dun. Runs in my family. What you got? Galaxy. I ran my whole channel off of a 10E. I don't know where it is. I used to keep it right next to me, but I went from the 10E to the 25, Galaxy 25. I got this for $80. That's the only reason. But I had my 10E until like December of last year. Yeah, my whole channel, everything I ran off of it. Good phone. Yeah, still a good phone. But long battery time. Everything still works fine on it. The only reason I upgraded is because I got this for $80. Or else I'd still be on it.
So where in here did you find those
Close
scrolls?
to the bottom and in the inner side.
The inside back, all the way back here?
The order usually is that people take stuff from the benches, they put it into the mouth of the repository,
What did you
and
get?
it accumulates near the mouth of the repository.
$80, brand new from the store, from the T-Mobile store. I don't know why. I mean, it just said, hey, I was looking, whatever, however many years I get. I can't remember how much money you get towards an upgrade every year, but I've never got one. So whatever that was, I got it for $80. I went to Android DNA and I got my S10 surprisingly for my S10. Currently had a 2023, has a 2026. Currently makes my phone about 4 years old. Yeah, that's not bad at all. Do you remember my phone, Richard? You have the 25 Pro. Yeah. You look like we have potential dual heating up between Tornado and ND. It's getting serious. Who is this Sauce Cow figure?
And then they come and move it inwards, and the new load comes in through the entrance. So whatever is close to the bottom and close to the innermost part is the earliest.
So in the back of the repository chamber, down at the bottom layer, right next to the true rock floor, the excavators found 2 small metal objects. These 2 items were plaques of silver rolled up like scrolls. Essentially, they are 2 small silver scrolls.
It was a plaque of silver, which was rolled around itself about 6 times.
Service Snake, what's up, brother?
Unrolled,
I'm not that innocent.
Showing to be covered densely.
I've never done the upgrade payment either. I just buy a phone, unlocked, and swap the SIM. Ran up the S20 up 6 months and got the 26. Space Cow is actually an honored member of this community. You are a fraud, Tornado. It's getting kind of hectic. It's getting kind of hectic. I got the power.
Ancient Hebrew characters. It was inscribed 19 lines of writing in minuscule.
So it was pounded out silver.
The first word which
90 lines.
Deciphered at the opening was the name of the Lord. Yud Hey Vav Hey. This is the private name of God, which appears whenever the English version has the word the Lord in the Hebrew Bible. This is the unpronounceable tetragrammaton, the secret name of God.
In the Bible, in 2 Kings 21:4, Yahweh says, "In Jerusalem I will put my name." And in verse 7, Yahweh declares, "In Jerusalem I will put my name forever." So now, amazingly, the name Yahweh has been found archaeologically in an excavation in the city that bears his name.
For the first time, we have the owner of the temple, the dweller of the temple of Jerusalem, found in Jerusalem itself. Later on, we discovered that there are several more appearances of the name of the Lord on that piece of silver.
Not only was there Hebrew writing on these silver scrolls from Ketef Hinnom, but it was realized that what was written on them comes directly from the Hebrew Bible, the Old Testament.
That's right,
both
brother.
of them had versions of the
What do we call that, ND? What do we call it? What do we call it? What are they rambling on about? Space Cow sounds like a soft-headed sissy bitch. Miss Cleocatra also. Cleocatra? I thought she was a real perv. Catra or Cleo or
priestly benediction, which is mentioned in the book of Numbers, chapter 6, verses 24 to 26.
The first silver scroll reads, "Bless you, Yahweh, and keep you. May Yahweh shine his face upon you and be gracious to you." And the smaller scroll is translated, "Bless you, Yahweh, and keep you. May shine Yahweh his face upon you and give you peace."
And more than that, the burial customs and the comparative material you have is very clearly evidence of first.
Imagine everything it took to even create that slate of silver. That's got slam. It's got the slam hieroglyphs into it. So they got to get enough silver, pound it out into a sheet of paper, and then probably score it. What about the theory for Rosa Parks? Unless I'm saying it wrong. It's when, listen, maybe when you get a little bit older, you can look into that. But that was another thing that was set up. Now they know, as of the past 5 years, that there was a bunch of people. What do they call activists that got the camera crews ready and the news crews. So it wasn't just a woman that didn't want to go to the back of the bus. It was planned out to do in order to set up a thing. But yeah, so it happened, but nothing's as true as it seems. Tornado has huge forehead, but nothing inside of it.
Period. Beyond any doubt.
Tornado head.
The history of Jerusalem is often broken into two time periods, the First Temple period and the Second Temple period. The First Temple period begins when Solomon builds the temple in Jerusalem in the 10th century BC, and it's destroyed by the Babylonians in 586 BC, which brings the First Temple period.
Yeah, it's just been blatant. Because if you said 6 years ago, you'd just be called racist and be kicked off the internet. I never said marketing is not a thing, Richard. I only state that some motives of movement can be pushed without resulting in making money. I'm just saying, you just used to say back to me, not everything is marketing. I'm saying everything on the internet that makes you think something's true or how things go is how it's marketed to you. Andy, you seem like the kind of guy that won't meet someone in for a drink in Denmark. Folks, I thought it was a woman being called racist for not standing up on the bus. No. And now you can't ban them forever. No, Samuel, it was a woman who the black people were supposed to sit at the back of the bus, and she didn't want to sit at the back of the bus, so she sat at the front of the bus, and they said, hey, you're black, you got to go to the back of the bus, and she said no, and it was stunning and brave, and it made everybody say, oh, everybody's treating black people bad, so we need to change the government and everything. But the thing was, it was a setup. They made sure that the news was there. They made sure it wasn't just a random woman sitting on the bus that was too tired to go to the back of the bus. The way that the story was told. Just don't treat people bad. Don't let them emotionally manipulate you. Treat people the way you want to be treated. That's the way life should work. But they can't figure out how to get that across without using proper texts, let's say. Woke shit, right? Now they stab people, right? And ma'am, I said I'm not. Yes, ma'am, I said not everything is marketing, and it does, and not that it does not exist. All right, I agree with you there. What's up, HVTK? Spicy. Hello. Indeed, stop being a soft-handed man. The Rosa Parks thing was constructed in good faith and good reason, but still constructed. Right. Well, the problem is people need to know, because a lot of people still think it was a thing, and a lot of times you see minorities acting out thinking I'm stunning and brave like this person. No, they need to know that you don't need to act out. You need to get your act together and get things passed. You don't need to act bad in public. What about the incident of the time back in Vietnam where schoolgirls had to be escorted by soldiers because they were black? So that was in the South during an era called Jim Crow, where white boys and girls and black boys and girls were separated. So they were trying to do what's called integration, which is allowing blacks and whites to share schools, share classrooms. And apparently I don't remember the story completely, but I think it was like the principal or somebody didn't want the black students coming in, so then the military or the National Guard walked with them to say, no, you're going to do it. Those were Democrats. They still are. Not that it makes any impact any less, but it should be told. But it should be told that as part of history. Not that it makes the impact any less, but it should be told that way as part of history. Yes, right. You can start with a revolution without a good photo op. Right.
To an end.
You don't need to manipulate the truth in order to get your narratives across. Soldiers went to the school, in the 1950s, and it appears ND does not know who I am. Yes, he does. My dad always tells me that it doesn't matter what skin color someone is, whether they're black or white or purple with polka dots. Black or white people still hurt each other regardless. Right? Yeah, it doesn't matter. Actions matter. If evil exists, understand that as early as possible in life, and understand that if people don't care about you and your growth as a human and want to try to tear you down, stay away from those people. If people care about your growth and humanity, then cool, be friends with those people. Tornado's not really that guy. He's a space cow. Your dad is white people are bright. It's the light reflecting off our skin. And racism is the cause of it. Am I wrong? No. Well, see, the problem is it's not racism that causes that. And often racism is used as a definition or is used as a term to have people try to avoid accountability. And so in any group, any race, any group, there's a saying that basically says, "Don't call out my bad behavior. If you do, you are this." Who am I? ND. Tornado, yes, is Space Cow. Yeah.
Begins when Zerubbabel rebuilds the temple in Jerusalem, and it is destroyed by the Romans in AD 70. So the Hebrew in the second temple period looks different than the earlier Hebrew that's used in the first temple period. So if we use the name
light travels so fast that it could circle the earth 7.5 times in a single second, 186,000 miles per second. What's up, Busafail? That's true. Tornado's a fraud. Fuck. You're the gingerbread man.
Yahweh as an example. In the Hebrew of the second temple period, God's name looks like this. But on the silver scrolls from Ketef Hinnom, it looks like this. The difference is a later form of Hebrew used in the Second Temple period, where the Hebrew found at Ketef Hinnom is an earlier form from the First Temple period.
So this is older than the Dead Sea Scrolls
are dated to the First Temple period, and more specifically to the 7th century BC.
I read the Hebrews like to use Joe Rogan double leg locks to win their battles. I know that. I don't know, brother. I don't know any Hebrews. I'm a Christian. I guys got a big nose. How you doing, Tron Burgundy? T-Ron Burgundy. Raid said double sarcasm. Shiesty. So that early cuneiform stuff became modern Hebrew. Right, and this is the problem with who you're listening to for your history, right? And what their motives are, because you can find stuff that's older than that and actual different scripts. You know, it's all wackadoodle. But yeah. My name is Samuel, and in the Bible, Samuel is a Hebrew name, but it means God heard. So I thought first Deacon. I am a first Deacon Phoenix, November 1st, Dynamic Scorpio. What is that? Brother, I got no idea what that means. No. Do you recall how offensive ND becomes? He can be offensive, but so can you, Sauce Cow.
It's the very famous Dead Sea Scrolls by several centuries. So these are the earliest biblical verses. They date back to the 7th century BC,
Samuel
to the time of Prophet Jeremiah, to the time of the Davidic dynasty, to the time that the first temple of Solomon was still standing in Jerusalem.
And so it's really touching to hear Dr. Barkai's story and to realize how deeply significant it is to him personally, this discovery he made in 1979.
Is very interesting because it closes a personal circle for me. I was born in an impossible time, an impossible place. During Second World War, I was born in the ghetto of Budapest, Hungary. And the early years of mine passed there.
Last message was quite all
and I remember the first Hebrew words of my father blessing me every Friday.
You might want to use a period or a comma every once in a while.
Saying, the Lord bless thee and keep thee. These are the first Hebrew words which I remembered. And here I am, 30 years later, discovering those words from the time of Prophet Jeremiah. This closes a personal circle for me, and it is an amazing discovery.
I am also confused unless
and a very
it's spy
significant discovery for biblical studies, for archaeology, for the history of Jerusalem, and for various other fields.
To dig deeper, you can order a copy of my book.
He was in 12th grade, or he's 12 years old, one of the two.
Which has been a #1 bestseller in archaeology. Just click the link in the description below this video.
God came down.
And when you first picked that the scroll, did you know what it was? Did you know it was a scroll, or you didn't know?
No, I did not. I did not, but I suspected that it might be of importance. And I said to Judy Headley, who found it, I said, this might be of importance. But I couldn't never even dream that it would include the earliest biblical verses known all around the world.
So now you know that the oldest biblical verses that have ever been found through archaeology were found on scrolls, but they were silver scrolls, not scrolls.
No, it just if we don't know where your sentences end and begin, it can be hard to know what exactly you're trying to say. I believe it. I bet if I had a nut bag, if he had a nut bag, he'd show up to duel. But I guess he doesn't. There you go. 67 raid. He had to change his identity because he was scared for his life. No, it was like wolf's. Like no, it was wolf's like usual kind of thing. Wolf's like.
Made of animal skins, and they weren't found down by the Dead Sea, but in Jerusalem, and they didn't date to the second.
They said these were stamped silver. These were flattened silver scrolls. They hammered silver into these basically sheets, and then carved into the silver, and then rolled it up and put them into pottery. And then he's talking here about other scrolls. Samuel, don't worry. F grammar. Every all the often. If someone wants to duel, I'll kick them in the nut bag.
Century BC, which many of the Dead Sea Scrolls do, but much earlier than that, to the 7th century BC, and this makes them one of the great archaeological discoveries of all time. If you like this video, please give it a like. That's cool. Subscribe to the channel, and you'll want to watch this other video where I travel to Sudan to see another inscription that is the oldest mention of the name Yahweh. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
That's freaking cool. That's cool. All right. Samuel, I selectively do the same thing, but you want to use as much proper grammar required to express the point you're trying to make as clear as possible. Yeah, I mean, if you're just shooting the breeze, ain't no big deal. But, like, if you want to get your point across, like, if you want to say something and mean it, you know, it's easier to be like, you know, well, okay, you might have some problems, brother. I met the world's heaviest child and tried to help him. Jeez. Just use punctuation, Raid. Why sugarcoat a lie when you can speak the truth? By using punctuation? Knowing where a sentence ends and begins? Notice I don't hardly use capitalization because the context of the sentence, it can be easily inferred. So let's try an extra step to capitalize. How tall the Modi actually underneath? Let's find out. You better not be talking about my effing grammar. I think they're like 67 feet. Alright, let's see. Alright. Okay. Let's find something a little shorter. Alright, let's see.
This is the most isolated and mysterious island in the entire
capitalization.
World. No one really knows anything about
at
what
the
really
beginning
happened
of your
here.
sentences.
There exists in the midst of the great ocean, in a region where nobody goes, a mysterious and isolated island. This is described by the 19th century French seafarer and artist Pierre Lodi. The island is planted with monstrous great statues, the work of I don't know what race, today degenerate or vanished. Its great remains an enigma. This secluded haven, known today as Easter Island, received its name from the Dutch explorer Jacob Roggeveen, who chanced upon its shores on Easter Day in 1722. Nestled in the vast expanse of the South Seas, this tiny volcanic outpost stands as the most remote inhabited place on Earth. To travelers from long ago, the sight of these massive stone figures was truly astonishing. These statues possessed an otherworldly combination of calm divinity and raw humanity, making them seem beyond the capabilities of the island's small, primitive, and isolated population. Captain James Cook, a British explorer, once wrote about his bewilderment in 1774, unable to fathom how these islanders, who had no advanced tools, could have raised such colossal statues. People speculated about the methods used, from stacking stones and using scaffolding. Over the centuries, countless theories were proposed and scientific investigations were conducted. By Cook's time, many statues had already been toppled, and the remaining ones were being neglected. However, the art of Easter Island remains a captivating enigma that still captures the human imagination. These statues, both a testament and a puzzle, continue to tell a silent story that transcends time and place, intriguing those who encounter them. Nestled in the vast South Pacific, Easter
Bunny
Island, a mere 14 miles long and 7 miles wide, stands as an isolated marvel, more than 2,000 miles off the coast of South America and 1,100 miles from its nearest Polynesian neighbor, Pitcairn Island. Despite being too far south for a tropical climate, lacking coral reefs and perfect beaches, and subjected to perennial winds and seasonal downpours, Easter Island boasts a rugged beauty that blends geology and art. Its volcanic cones, lava flows, steep cliffs, and rocky cubs provide a backdrop for its megalithic statues, which are more imposing.
There's probably diamonds all over that, probably a bunch of alluvial gold, unless it's all been picked through.
Than the landscape itself.
The bunny who hides
beyond the stone monoliths, Easter Island harbors a rich tradition of artistic expression in forms like woodcraft, bark cloth, strings, feathers, songs, and dances, as well as the enigmatic Rongorongo script, which remains undeciphered. For 1,000 years, a society of hereditary chiefs, priests, clans, and skilled craftsmen thrived in splendid isolation on this remote island in the heart of the Pacific.
Jeez.
In recent years, scientists who study old things have found some clues about the first people who came here. They think these folks came from a different island in the Pacific, but they can't decide which one for sure. They also can't agree on when these travelers first arrived on Easter Island. Some say it happened a long time ago, in the 1st century, while others think it might have been in the 6th century. And then there's the mystery of how they even found this tiny island in the first place. Did they come here on purpose? Or was it just by luck?
Bro, that's what it was.
These questions are still waiting for
weigh
answers.
A couple of 100 tons. People
have different ideas.
But the pyramids weigh a couple of million tons. Let me see if we can find something. Weight of the Great Pyramid of Giza. I said weight. The Great Pyramid is 6 million tons. The average block weighs between 2.5 to 15 tons. So that one of those probably weighs. The average Moai statue weighs 14 metric tons. So 14, there you go. So that's the weight of one block, about approximately.
Is about how those ancient travelers could find their way across the huge...
I got a PhD in what? It says here, the study of old things. What's the weight of it? What's the weight of the heads of Easter? That's what I said. That's what I just looked up. At the Moai. These are 14 tons.
Ocean without fancy tools like we have today. Some think it would have been impossible, while others
would have had to have been. And this is when those crazy things, cheese balls, my brother, what do you like the Nephilim, like giants, like 9-10 foot tall giants, because then they would be even stronger than us. And you figure like in order to it's unbelievable. unbelievable
these
how they
Polynesian
manipulated so much
sailors
weight.
were some of the best in the world, knowing how to read the stars and the ocean's currents. There's even a theory that a bright new star in the olden skies might have shown them the path. But did these adventurers even know that Easter Island existed?
What about Stonehenge?
That's a question science can't answer.
No
But the islanders
way.
themselves might have the key to this ancient mystery. Benedicto Tucci was a tall 65-year-old master woodcarver, and his face told a story of years gone by, with deep wrinkles etched into his mahogany skin. He proudly introduced himself as a descendant of the island's first king, Hotu Matua, who, he believed, brought the island's very first settlers all the way from an island called Haiva in the Marquesas. According to him, his grandmother was the last queen of Easter Island. Benedicto Tucci explained that he could share the tale of Hotu Matua properly, but only at a special place on the island called Ahu Akivi.
Right. What a pain.
This place was home to 7 massive statues, and there, he said, he could tell the story just the way it should be told. In Tuki's native tongue, they call their island Rapa Nua, just like the people and their language. Their special stone platforms were known as Ahu, and the big statues sitting on them were called Moai. As our bumpy Jeep ride brought us closer, these 7 Moa came into view. They had faces that looked wise, like they knew everything, but also very human and a bit serious. Tuki explained that these statues were different from others that faced the land. Instead, they stared out towards the open sea, gazing across the ocean to the west, as if they were remembering where they came from. You see, when Hotu Matua arrived on the island, he didn't come alone. Tuki said that he brought 7 different groups of people, which later became the 7 tribes of Rapa Nui. These Moai represented not only the very first ancestor from the Marquesas, but also the kings from other Polynesian islands. Tuki, with a distant look in his eyes,
But yeah, that's looking like it might be a hoax too.
Softly chanted their names.
They might have used that as a way to use when they were doing what do they call it? Advanced technology, like how they have Area 51 now. And they would take things out when they would sink. They would be like, we just don't know what happened to it. Good morning, Thakor, brother.
Saying, this isn't written down. My grandmother told me before she left us. He also shared that he was the 68th generation since Hotu Matua arrived on the island. Unraveling the island's history has been like solving a series of puzzles, from figuring out what the big statues meant to understanding why there was fighting and how a peaceful society eventually fell apart after 1,000 years.
Because evil exists, and eventually one person's group or family wanted what another group or family had. They eventually filled out the land, and they said, hey, we want more land. Wait a second, I've got 18 grandchildren coming down. You've got 8. Well, there ain't enough room for the both of us. Why the long face? Hey, Gwen.
There weren't any written records until the first European ships arrived, so researchers have had to use different clues from bones, ancient weapons, old plants, and even changes in the style of statues and carvings. These clues helped piece together a rough history. When the first people came here, the island was covered in trees, which they used to make canoes and transport those huge statues, the Moai. They also brought along plants and animals, although only chickens and tiny rats survived. The island's unique art, created in isolation, produced beautiful ornaments for leaders and priests, while folks from different groups gained respect as skilled carvers, divers, canoe builders, and more. Georgia Lee, an archaeologist, thinks the rock carvings, known as petroglyphs, are just as amazing as the statues.
They cut trees,
she says there's nothing quite like them in all of Polynesia due to their size, variety.
This is different. So for everything from Flight 370 all the way from Bermuda Triangle is nothing but a hoax, how come those people, as far as I'm aware, just can't disappear unless you can spit magic? Well, I don't know, unless it wrecked. I mean, but who knows? It might have wrecked. If you're, there's a lot more wrecks than just Flight 370. What's up, Eleni? Those statues depict the beings that created the last ice age. They have a giant mothership that can control the weather, buried in the ice of Greenland. They're still there. Trump needs that. Agreed. Let's go get it. How you doing, Max? Can you disappear by rubbing lemon juice all over yourself? Stupid. There was an Australian movie about Cook's time and ocean people. A lot of warfare. Had that Memento actor.
And exceptional craftsmanship. The debate about who really owns the land isn't just some academic argument. It's a deeply important matter for many families. You see, they base their claims on what they believe their ancestors once owned. Claudio Cristino, a Chilean archaeologist,
you can't be illegal on stolen land. So
who spent 25 years studying and fixing up the island's treasures, describes the situation in strong words. He says that native people on the island, as well as all around the world, are using the past to reconnect with who they are, to get back their land, and to have more say in things. He worries about what's happening on the island now, with folks clearing land for farming and destroying important historical sites. He wonders if, as scientists, they might be partly responsible for this. He asks, who really owns the past? The former mayor of Hangaro, Patero Edmonds, who is from Rapa Nui, disagrees with the Chilean government's plan to give away land. He wants the entire park to be under Rapa Nui control, so it can be preserved.
You know it's a good movie? But because mine is the Cars 1 movie. That's a special place in my heart. I was born in 2007, a year after it came out in 2006. There you go. Yeah, it happens. It happens.
Frustrated because he feels like they're not listening. When asked who should take care of this special place, he simply says, the people of Rapa Nui, who've been looking after it for 1,000 years. He gets thoughtful and adds, the Moai, those big stone statues, they're not silent. They speak. They're like a lesson from our ancestors, showing something that's deep inside us, something we call spirit. The world needs to know that the spirit is still very much alive.
Yeah, boy.
Thank you to joining us today. Please leave a like and feel free to subscribe for more geographical content from all around the world.
Give me a like.
See you in the next video.
Thank you. All right, let's see. All right. Semen belongs in deep water. How are you, Gwen? Born in 2007. These kids have a lot of life ahead of them. It all holds nostalgia. Some modern day world likes to take a poo. What if you know a feeling? Cars is a good. The Cars. Dang, I lost Easter Island. It's still here, I promise. Moai statues are rocks. Of course, they're silent. Not if you need a story to be able to get the island to be yours, to be represent. The song brings me back. The song brings me back memories when I used to take 50x extra X of selfie and load it into my bong and try to smoke a bowl with it. Yeah, that'll do it, Vader. That'll do it. Remnants of Lemuria. Oh, somebody mentioned something earlier. Where was it? Fishing boats, wide long face, counterbalancing, PTSD, kids, the manipulate, fairy. What was it? Energizer battery, ancient aliens. Oh, dang it. Oh, Sisyphus. Sisyphus. It changes your life, I promise you. I guarantee you're correct. You are my new hero. Vader the Game Selfie is insane. Did you actually enjoy that? Recipe for a nightmare of a night. Thank you, brother. Welcome to the family. The third eye. I need to go, brother. All right, Thakor, brother. Have a good night. Or a good day, I guess. The Convert 2023. All right, Sisyphus. The myth of Sisyphus. Sisyphus. Overly sarcastic. Andrew Bird. Greek mythology. 52 minutes. Alright, let's see. Where were we? He's up here somewhere. The art of thinking. All right, we'll see what this has to say.
One must
James,
imagine Sisyphus
man.
happy
What's up,
is a
Biblical
quote from
420?
Albert Camus,
I did
but
enjoy
you've
it.
probably seen it in the comment section of a meme video.
Here's a good question. Why do cigarettes and vapes and alcohol not banned? Because it's all doing sending people to jail. Doesn't stories have records and stuff that's up there? Because cartels make a lot of money off of supplying the precursors. Jack and the Stone. The song Rude Boy by Rihanna is nostalgic because it played the first time I pulled a baddie at a party. One time I took 7 tabs acid, went to cemetery, and woke up the next day with a shit ton of human scratches on me. Jeez. One of these days I'll tell you the night of the 10 strip. Is this a movie reaction? I don't know what it is, brother. This particular video?
But who is Sisyphus? Why did he get punished? And most importantly, why would he be happy rolling a boulder up a hill for all eternity? To answer all of these questions, we have to first learn about the story of Sisyphus. Sisyphus was the first king of Ephyra, now known as Corinth. Although a brilliant leader that brought his nation lots of wealth, he was also an evil dictator, just thinking of himself. This highlighted when he killed visitors from other nations bearing gifts, and later marrying his own niece. This behavior, of course, got the attention of the gods. They were angered to hear all this. But what they didn't know was that Sisyphus had many tricks up his sleeve, coupled with extreme confidence. The conflict started when Zeus took the nymph, Aegina, flying away with her in the form of an eagle. Aegina's father, the river god Asopus, panicked and followed their trail all the way to Ephyra, where he countered
the worst
Sisyphus
thing I ever done was
castle.
research. Yeah, dude. Research Keller, I'm really proud right now. It's 2 or 3 weeks straight with a man to be placed for a good 50 times stronger. I said, yeah, that, dude, maybe it's not done yet. Yeah, dude. Stay away from RC, dude. That stuff. And there's a lot of receptors in the body, and there's a lot of chemistry that's been done to tickle those receptors, and a lot of ones like I knew a buddy, no longer with us. He fried his brain. Post ooh. What up, Luca? I got a 10-pound fish. You call it a 10-pound fish on 5-pound test?
This is where Sisyphus had his first plan set into motion. He made a deal in exchange of the god making a river flow through the city. The king told Asopus which way Zeus had taken his daughter. When Zeus heard of this, he was furious at the king.
I don't think
he
I
asked
read
Thanatos, the god
I've
of
been
death,
sober for 2
to trap
years now, and I feel
Sisyphus in the
completely fine now. It's
underworld, so he
considered
wouldn't cause
to
any
be
more
really
trouble
lucky because
for
most
Zeus.
people never cool fully down metaphor.
But Sisyphus,
brother, a 30-pound test. That's not too bad. Yeah, Vader, brother. I've lived a life. I was in the music industry for a bunch of years, the movie industry for a bunch of years. Been where you were. I don't understand how people say alcohol is edible, because to me it smells like rotten gasoline. It makes me sick from the scent, which I never touch alcohol. Yeah, don't touch alcohol. Don't even worry about it. It's people just tell you how kick-ass it is as marketing for the alcohol companies. I took 150 tabs I was about to say definitely not in a day, in a year. Dude, okay. We should definitely, we got to do an over 18 stream one of these days, and we'll get into that stuff. He's an awesome modern-ish philosopher. What came first, orange fruit or orange color? The color, Roy G. Biv, dude.
Clever man.
When I was 20,
another trick up.
I did the chemicals. I took a vow to stop doing everything completely. How old are you now? Did you say? Did I miss it? I'm 2 years. I just said 2 years sober. I'm 49, so I'm a long time retired. But yeah, we'll do it. We'll do an over 18 stream one of these days, and we'll get into it.
Chained up, he asked Thanatos, "Could you show me how the chains work?" Thanatos, thinking nothing of it, showed Sisyphus how it worked. The king used this to instead bind Thanatos in the chains, later escaping from the underworld. With Thanatos not being able to do his job, no one on Earth could die, and the world plunged into chaos. This instead angered the god of war, Ares, since the battles were no longer fun to watch. He decided to free Thanatos. Sisyphus knew that it would soon all be over.
That's good. You got it all out of your system by 21.
Once again, he was one step ahead. Before dying, he asked his wife to throw his decaying body.
Catches me with alcohol. He beat me because he's been addicted to it himself, so he doesn't want me making the same mistakes, but he says one is okay. Yeah, don't even worry about one, dude. Don't even worry about it, because one turns into 75. Yeah, don't even worry about it. It's not even a big deal if you go your whole life without experiencing it. It's no big deal. What it really does for a lot of people is it puts their life on pause, and then 40 years later, they come off a pause, and they're 40 years older, but they're at the same spot in life. Just turned 23. Yeah, don't do it. 1808. Can't wait to get a lot of stuff I need to get off my chest. All right. Yep. I know it could seem like you're being indestructible, but be careful. Yep. It's like the plague. Remind me so much of COVID. Which one? 19 or 20?
In the river as Opus earlier made. His soul eventually washed up in the river Styx. When he was back with the dead, he approached Persephone, queen of the dead, and told her that his own wife hadn't given him a proper burial. Persephone granted him life to go back to the living and punish his own wife. Of course, like every single time, Sisyphus didn't hold up his promise. Now he had twice escaped death by outsmarting the gods. They promised that there wouldn't be a third time.
Sorry if that was personal. I said, no, it's all right, brother. It's all right. It was great for me, but then again, I'm Swiss. It's so freaking
When Hermes, the messenger, dragged Sisyphus back to Hades,
that's wackadoo. Just like my shirt and hat. Wackadoo. 110thgrade.com. Get you a hat. $18, $16, I think, actually. Read that different years ago.
And Persephone, he had thought that he was smarter than the gods.
Years ago, different perspective,
but the gods had the last laugh. Sisyphus'
I wanted to escape reality. I thought I could make my thoughts reality. And
he was to roll up.
I could make my thoughts reality, truly live in my head, but it's impossible. Drugs do not do that. No, absolutely not. I hung around bad influences. Do not. No, every dude's talking else. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. Barbecue tenders. I like barbecue freaking a lot. I'm a big fan of beef. I got 2 pounds of brisket I got to eat. If you ever want to escape one, you eventually will. If you want to escape one, definitely you will, and forever. Yeah, it's not a good idea. Especially nowadays that there's so much more powerful stuff out there, and the people that are making it aren't trying to make forever patients. They're trying to just sell what they can and get their money and hurt people in the process. It was years ago. It was also a metaphor for German occupation. Most COVID came, I was like, oh, wow. That's trending. That's treading on the edge of psychonautism. Psychonautism. Don't fly too close. Yeah, don't fly too close to this line. I tried most stuff you can, but Wild Youth cannot recommend any. Cannabis is not an actual growing medicine. Right, but it also is, because a lot of people go get things from the dispensaries, which are absolutely a product, and the edibles, which are absolutely a product. They're not from the earth. They're absolutely man altered. I thought I could think of something and pop it up in front of me, because anything was told that plenty of times with bad people. I thought my friends, yeah, dude, they'll do that to you. And that's so you're growing up in the era of when people would do that, get people, and now it's been replaced with the trans thing. This is why I'm against teaching trans in school, because kids are confused and they're easily manipulated. So if you start working on stuff like that, for you, yeah, you spent a bunch of money and but you escaped it. But the kids that are thinking that, like, when their friends are telling them, no, you're definitely trans, you should get your boobs cut off or your dick cut off, then there's no coming back. And I know how evil friends can be. This is why I'm like, I don't think anything like that should be taught to kids until they ask the questions. Like, hey, I'm 22 now, and for some reason I don't feel right in my body. Okay, great, let's look into that. Not a bunch of confused kids that are easily manipulated. I know you broke your hand yesterday. How's it feeling? I need to reread some of his work. It was incredible when I first read it. Yeah, dialiphamide, yep. It's hard to make. Very few people do. If there's a thing by this point, my dad is stuck saying he wants to stop doing pain meds, even though he hasn't stopped. Mind you, he's 65 years old, sleep apnea. Yes, we know what sleep apnea is. I'll never talk bad about natural grown cannabis. There's a bunch of beneficial effects. People, yeah, sure, absolutely. This is why I think people should grow what they want to grow instead of having to go buy it, always having to go buy it. People should make their own alcohol if they want to drink and make their own and grow their own herb if they want to smoke. Shouldn't be going to be able to go to a store that's run by a freaking cigarette company to get alcohol, crazy foods, and yeah, grow your own. Still in pain? Yeah. Did you get you some? Did I tell you yesterday about the Curamed? I think I showed you that online. I think I showed you the Curamed is really good stuff. If you don't want to take pharmaceutical painkillers or Tylenol or Advil, what kind of fracture did you get?
A hill. But once he got close to the top, the boulder would roll all the way down, and all Sisyphus could do was to start over and over, forever. How come this story is the most popular one? Surely there are more gruesome punishments from the gods in these Greek stories. It's because this one has disturbing amounts of familiarity.
I didn't even feel it. I watched the hand notice.
Why would he be happy with this punishment? To answer that, let's break down the man behind the quote.
Personally, my favorite drink. What I miss? My favorite drink is Major Melon watermelon flavored Mountain Dew. But unfortunately, I haven't seen it much. Yeah, stay away from that stuff, dude. You don't have to make it. But plenty of sources, powerful substance used correctly. You end up schizophrenic if you take it up. Yeah, I agree. We have a huge fight. We had a huge fist fight after that. Years of silence. Trump saw a miner and said, finally, a news network I can trust. A mirror. Clean split through the middle. Oh, jeez. I drink water and eat healthy now. I've never felt this good in my life. Yeah, that's where I'm at now, too. Like, I try to teach people about supplementation, especially things like B12. A lot of people don't have intrinsic factor, which is what you need in your intestines to be able to absorb B12 from pills or food. So like sublingual things, like I've got a bunch of methylfolate and methyl B12, like really, really, really good stuff, especially if you had a life like that. That's good, right? Food can really help mood and energy. No, without a doubt. Listen, you only do 3 things for your body: meditate / pray, eat, and exercise. So if you're not putting the best food in you, than you can, then your body's not going to run the best that it can. You can't say I'm going to drink Mountain Dew and eat Taco Bell and expect your body to do what your body's supposed to do. Yeah. I had a few trips that made me think I was schizophrenic. They did have me in a sanitarium. Jeez, Trump doesn't use GPS. He tells the satellites where he's going. Do you know it's I have no idea. It's a supposed entity that imitates someone. Simulacra? I don't think I've ever heard it. And they also say it's a game, but the physical term is simulacrum. Never heard of it.
Must imagine Sisyphus happy
Trump's new Chuck
and the philosophy
Norris.
that led to this powerful tale.
Trump Norris.
Albert Camus was a French philosopher born in Algeria in 1913. He was born into poverty and lost his father at a young age. Camus learned that life is a series of challenges and that we must face and confront them. Some other challenges he faced included tuberculosis, leading him to become acutely aware of mortality, which further led him on the path of existential crises and a search for meaning. Growing up in Algeria and then living through World War II in France, Albert grappled with inherent meaninglessness and randomness of the world around him. The sudden, irrational violence of war made the absurdity of the world ever more clear to Camus. So let us delve deeper into his essay, The Myth of Sisyphus. The idea of the absurd, which we mentioned before, is from Camus' perspective the conflict between our desire for meaning and the meaninglessness of the universe. So just as Sisyphus' task lacked any ultimate purpose or end, he argued that the same could be said for the human experience.
I look like your teacher,
rather than running away
Which
from
one?
the absurd, Camus tells us to confront it directly. We should revolt against our absurd condition by embracing life, creating our own meaning, and living authentically. There, we can find happiness. Sisyphus has no concept of a better day.
I'm in Georgia. Where are you at?
His experiences are tied to the here and now.
Yeah, I'm in Georgia, brother.
Sisyphus embraces the task and gives it his all. revolting against nihilism and despair. This allows him to be the master of his own story. He is free, even in his punishment. Sisyphus is the hero in this story, a tragic hero at that. Camus imagines Sisyphus smiling as he goes down the mountain to start his task over again, and gives us the picture that there's joy and contentment in embracing the struggles
Guys,
of life.
when I was 15, 18-year-old guy made me half a gram of speed. Luckily, police came to the rave and I runned away. Could not be caught, and that probably saved me. Jeez. Camus is very cynical. Existential. Yeah, it sounds like dumb kid. Sounds like dumb kid worked right there.
At the end of the day, it's meaningless. How could we apply this in our own lives? We could just deny the unreasonable world. This is the most common way to accept the world around us. Everyone makes up their own rules, their own goals. An example of this is religion, finding peace, knowing there's an afterlife. Or monetary gain, finding peace, knowing you'll have financial stability when you retire. But Camus rejected this idea, thinking, one day we will be free. Instead, we should recognize that we are free at every moment, that heaven is on earth. Rejecting the idea that one day we will understand the world, we will overcome death, or be happy one day, is a lesson to remember. We must instead live our lives as much as possible, rather than as good as possible, because what is good is just another metric we humans made up. We don't chase after things for the heck of it. It's because of the experience of it. In the same way for Sisyphus, it's not about getting to the top, it's about the satisfaction of the task while you're doing it. Our lives are not far from similar to Sisyphus' punishment. If we are striving for money, when will it be enough? If we are striving for happiness, when will we be happy enough? What about power? It is never enough.
If anything,
it's
I
just an
experienced
endless
my
race.
parents divorcing and my mom walked out when I was just 6 years old. That's why I'm so nonchalant, because I experienced conflict from a young age. There you go, brother. How can I see a canvas can be wisdom? My bigger brother has been a homosexual anarchist drug addict for my whole life, so I had the wrong teachings as well. Yeah. There you go. The homosexual anarchist drug addicts always causing problems. Jeez. There's a frog crawling on my window. Oh, can I switch to the phone real quick? Hold on. I hope he doesn't hop off. Hold on. Oh, there's a frog crawling on my window. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. Pause. Alright, let's see. There we go. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see if I can spin this around. Boom. Oh. Alright. Hold on. Oh, come on, phone. Get there. There we go. Oh. Go down here. Oh, come on. Bam! What you doing, buddy? What you doing? What you doing, buddy? Bam. Sorry. There we go. What am I missing? When you accept life, maybe meaningless is cynical. When you can smile, be happy. That's absurdism. Frog on the window. So cute. We ain't even in Texas. Hey, Froggy. TW, I'm simp towards Roxy. My icon will be assuming not as bad as a homosexual or other stuff. No offense, I respect us. I don't know if you. What's plus ultra crawling on your window? Lonesome Valley. I am the Toad. Lick me for great knowledge. Alright, now I forgot what I was doing. What were we just looking up? I can't remember what the next thing was supposed to be. Oh, simulacrum. Postmodern philosophy for beginners. Alright.
All right, we'll see what this crazy thing is.
Welcome back to Carneades.org. Today we're going to be continuing with our series. This is not a series on postmodernism, and combining that with our series, Dump Out Any Definitions.
Where do you keep the raccoons?
Doctrines, a
in
series
the
through
woods.
some of the jargon of philosophy.
Believe Rich needs his dose of B12. Ooh, a frog.
Found in the world of postmodernism. In this video, we're going
well,
to
it's been freaking.
What is a simulacrum or simulacrum?
I took it at like 9 o'clock this morning.
In common parlance, simulacrum is simply another word for
simulation, imitation, or representation of something.
A photograph, a video, or a description could all count as a simulacrum.
That's Ernie.
However, often simulacra are considered bad imitations that attempt to create a better...
I ain't watching a freaking text video. What up, that spicy burrito? Well, we were just going through a bunch of different stuff.
One must imagine.
Sisyphus, freaking there, Easter Island, airplanes, Bermuda Triangle, freaking, freaking Bible, archaeology studies, scrolls. How many tones does it take to screw in a light bulb? None. Toads can't screw in light bulbs. All right, let's see. All right, we'll do one more. How many? I spent a day with the world's most religious people. Babylon. Undead wood. A live fart? All right, we'll do one more. I want to see the Swiss.
Every tree you've ever seen is dead. It turns out the alive part of a tree is just a tiny paper-thin strip of cells trapped between a dead skeleton and dead outsides. Trees are some of the most
Ragnar Lothbrok. Truly great. Spoiler, oh, that's a video. These all seem like they're what's it called? Vikings versus, yeah, that was hilarious. I watched that earlier. It's Wackadoo Blue Dog Plushie. 1 to hold, and 99 to start licking until the room spins because frogs are poisonous. What, brother? Sabu, you are wise beyond your years. Fascist neo-Nazis. Bedtime horse tales. 21. Ain't something short here? More. It's a lot of this is just from clips from Viking. Yeah, alright, I can't find anything. We'll do this. Alright.
Extreme beings on Earth with one of the most unique strategies in nature. On top of being mostly dead stuff, they forge their body out of thin air, they mercilessly crush rocks with acid, and they have an internal negative pressure that would kill you instantly. So, how do trees actually work? Let's go back to the beginning. The ancient battle for the sky. For over 1 billion years, the ancestors of plants only inhabited the sun-drenched surfaces of the oceans. Their bodies were thin and delicate and absorbed water straight through their surfaces, getting their energy through photosynthesis, forging sunlight, carbon dioxide and water into sugar. But about 470 million years ago, they decided to conquer a hostile alien planet, the land. Like green rugs with ambition, these plant ancestors began clinging to the ground wherever it was wet and damp. But now, with solid ground beneath and no ability to float around, a new dimension became a place of intense warfare. Up. The higher they grew, the more sun they would get, while starving their competition below. Height became a deadly weapon. The battle for the sky had begun. Until now, plants were built mostly from cellulose, which was great for shape but not for strength, which limited how tall they could grow. Over dozens of millions of years of evolutionary warfare, a group of plants developed one of life's greatest breakthroughs, lignin. Lignin is a macromolecule made of ring-shaped
Lignin
structures.
needs nuts.
It's rigid, tough, waterproof, and incredibly hard to break down. Concrete in a world made of jelly. It filled gaps between cellulose threads, stiffening and locking everything into place. Lignin gave plants the strength to grow taller and claim the sun for themselves. But of course, now they were competing with each other, which must have been really annoying for them. So, as more millions of years passed, some plants just went all in on lignin and produced more and more of it, becoming stiffer, harder, and stronger. Until one day, around 385 million years ago, they got the biological...
Listen, I don't know. I think there's a range, because the more people that I find are stupid and happy know just enough. It's the people that are really like illiterately stupid are really unhappy, because they're often faking it, trying to fake it till they make it, and lying and deceiving all the time, so people don't know how little they actually know, and that causes an anger, because that's what they use to try to hide their lack of knowledge. Is if when you ask them a question about something they don't know the answer to, they're just like, you know, they just yell, thinking, oh, I'll back down. Oh, geez, sorry, dude. They're like, you're stupid. Like, look it up. Wise behind your years means you are humble, in my opinion. In my opinion, humble. A freaking genius in the making. What up, Robert V, brother? Happy belated Father's Day, you sweet and tender B12 daddy. How you doing, brother? Well, Rich, I thought this was a family-friendly stream. I'm isolated and smart. Yeah, sorry, that's a lot of tree talk. Hardened. I'm isolated and smart, but I don't pay myself back enough because I'm always harsh on myself. That happens, brother. Lot of Dunning-Kruger, yep. Pat myself on the back. That's all right. You're good. I'm very depressed, and I think everyone else is stupid. Yeah, but maybe you're crazy. That Richard guy here earlier was just literate enough to be a complete dumbass. He's all right. He ended up getting all right towards the end. What up, fishing video, brother? Bam. Thank you, my brethren. Thank you for the star, brother. Maybe stupid is not the word, but more alert and overthinking you are, the more about desperation, bad things, depression and bad things in the world. I feel stupid people don't think much equals happy, maybe. Yeah, Richard ended up turning out right. Bam, 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 brother. Flying, fishing, flying videos. Bam. Sparkle Jewels. Got two more coming up here. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, Richard ended up being all right at the end. He even started joking around with Plus Ultra by the end. If you don't, and it might all go to crap tomorrow. But often people are seeking knowledge. I have come here seeking knowledge, things they could not teach you of in college. I can't be unhappy about my current situation if it does not run through my head much. Hey, you guys right. You can't be unhappy if you don't think about it. Yeah, I overthink all the time, even when I'm supposed to sleep. I can't think. Brother, have you tried? Have you tried looking into methylated B12? Listen, if you don't have. Changed my life. I'm just saying, if you haven't looked into it yet, Governor Torre, see if you can find yourself some sublingual B12 and look into it. It's definitely worth it. The depression and anxiety just goes away. At least it did with me. I was on medication, ADHD meds, and all kinds of stuff for 35 years before, and now I'm not on anything except for B12. Which is a vitamin. I am who I am because I am known as an anomaly to society because a pure phoenix is rare. Apparently meaning I am not meant to fit into standard corporate systems. You all know I'm happy. I can be happy, brother. Thank you, fishing videos, brother. Thumbs up, brother. Appreciate it, my brother. I will order the blue methylcobalamin 5,000 in a few days. Yeah. Because my soul belongs to me and me alone. Why is people with Down syndrome always bursting with happiness? Brother, listen, they are. They absolutely are. It was in the basket. I am the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Equivalent to steel reinforced concrete, wood. More on it later, but with this magic material, the first trees emerged. Almost immediately, they became the largest living beings alive, shooting up to 20 meters high into the sky, and they only got bigger from here. But this enormous size created extremely hard problems. How do you get water from the ground up to the green parts that do the actual photosynthesis? And how do you get the sugar they produce down to the cells that keep you up there?
Gravity.
On the scale of a cell, a distance of a few meters is like you're working in Britain while your lunchbox is in Egypt and your drink in New York. How do you not die?
This job blows.
So trees came up with one of the most amazing ways any organism grows and became nearly immortal by accident.
By growing
a conveyor belt of death. Let's slice an ancient tree in half and get to the heart running it all. The Cambium.
Because if I can manage, concentrate, and intensify the thoughts, maybe I can reduce overthinking afterwards. Yeah. But if there's a deficiency, there's no need to suffer. Especially if you have a problem like where you can't. You want another short, brother? If you got any to spare, I appreciate it. I'm not saying people with Down syndrome are downright stupid, but they are not overthinking as people. Right, I agree with that. Plus Ultra, if I'm saying that correctly, you're only saying wise beyond my years because of my energy, or is it because I'm straight to the point? Sure, brother, fishing brother videos, brother.
Laser-thin, circular zone, just a few stem cells wide. These stem cells grow inward and outwards, turning into two groups of specialists. The inward specialists are on a conveyor belt of death, the xylem. With each new division, it's pushing the cambium outwards, making the tree thicker the older it gets. As the xylem cells mature, their lignin production goes into overdrive, and they become hard, like a muscle slowly transforming into bone. They begin to hollow themselves out, shedding everything that once made them alive. And then they die. What's left is a corpse, a hard, empty tube. As the tree grows year after year, new corpses are layered on old corpses, forming rings of hardened dead tissue. A graveyard of trillions of plant bones. This is what we call wood. Stacked together, they form a giant network of pipes that stretches the whole length of the tree. This network uses the chemical properties of water and a few other tricks to move it with incredible efficiency. Water molecules are, for a lack of a better word, sticky, like tiny magnets, and naturally
with Down syndrome, and the amount of happiness they spread all the people around them. Down syndrome people are amazing. No, they absolutely are amazing. Absolutely.
Cling tightly to each other. When one moves, it pulls the next along with it, like pulling on a rope. In trees, this rope starts in the roots and ends in the leaves that bathe in the warmth from the sun. Here, the heat from the sun evaporates.
The only way to know if you're getting the truth is to double check people's responses, especially school and the news.
95% of the water that got sucked into the roots from billions of tiny pores, releasing a constant invisible mist of water molecules around the crown of the tree. This process, called transpiration in plants, creates tension on the rope of water molecules, stretching and lifting the entire column upwards, all the way from the roots to the leaves. This pull is so insanely strong that it can lift water over 100 meters, which requires sucking forces equivalent to the pressure of dozens of atmospheres, as much as the crushing pressure hundreds of meters deep in the ocean. Nothing humans have ever built comes even close to this power. Even our best machines can't pull water higher than about 10 meters because the negative pressure required to pull hard enough makes it boil. But the water pipes of trees are so tiny and narrow, almost perfectly airtight, that despite the insane suction pressure inside a tree, water stays liquid and reaches the top. As the tree ages, old xylem cells eventually stop working and fill up with resins and other protective substances. Slowly, they turn into heartwood, a dense, chemically fortified core that's extremely resistant to decay. The core of a mighty tree. But water is only one half of the story. The sugar produced in the sky needs to be transported to nourish cells down below. And cells from the roots to the leaves need to coordinate and exchange information about damage and growth. This is the job of the cambium stem cells that grow outwards, the phloem.
Have a good night, fishing videos, brother. I appreciate it. If you're critical, there's a bunch of topics that the world does not have set truth. That's I have availability of Mars and Pluto, or pure Phoenix has. My life is literally to see through people's intentions and motives, lies, and facial expressions. How do we know that being me is not a syndrome? At the end of the day, the human makes up words. Have a good night, brother. And reading the room, of course. Yeah, you got to read the room. Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one.
The tiny living part of the tree. As the cells of the phloem grow outwards, they separate into 3 teams and make a brutal compromise. The first group are sieve cells, and their grim fate is to become a living transport system, although living is not exactly right. As they mature, they start to destroy themselves, digest their organelles, and even their nuclei that houses their genetic code. At the same time, they hollow themselves out, connecting to the sieve cells above and below them. This goes on until they're a sad shadow of living beings, a drooling, living tool without a brain.
B12 supplement to ensure I'm topped up, Rich, but you should be put together a living Google Doc and studies explaining the supplement stuff. Just justified. I definitely want to start. I want to start basically an accessible blog that's got all of the research and everything. And I would like, if when I have the time, I would like to document with blood work and everything. I mean, there's plenty of studies and stuff. I just gotta have time to put together. I still got this game I'm trying to get together too, so I got a lot of work I got to do. Hopefully, in the next 2 weeks. I should be finished painting the house and doing all the woodwork in the next week and a half. And then after that's done, I should have a lot more time off. Living, because you'll be able to update it. I can definitely make that happen. There's actually a theory that body's made of these cells that can never touch, meaning even when someone holds your hand, those are atoms, not cells. Those are the atoms. Atoms don't ever touch. There's always a very small amount of space. What the hell happened to the name? Well, it's folded up and put in the back because of painting and everything. Because in between those cells is a small space and the naked eye can't see. No, that's atoms, not cells, atoms.
Unable to support themselves. Only the second group, their companion cells, keeps them alive. They connect with the crippled sieve cells via tiny channels and start maintaining them, sending over energy, instructions, or repairing them if needed. Running along the entire tree, these 2 teams form a tiny and very thin layer of living sugar pipelines and signal cables that stretch throughout the entire body, providing food and information wherever it's needed in the tree. The third team are parenchyma cells, the silent workers of the tree that are carrying out essential labor in the background. Some are like mini pantries that store nutrients, sugars, or water that the tree uses to survive the winter when it's unable to produce food. Others are like mini healers that can repair damage, while some go on the offensive and create toxins and antifungal bioweapons to kill intruders. On top of the phloem sits another layer of stem cells. They're producing a second conveyor belt of death, moving outside. Special cells grow from this layer, and as they mature, just like the xylem cells in the center, they kill themselves for the team, turning into a hard guard wall, the bark.
I still don't have a clear enough scope of what the game idea is. It's supposed to be between that and blog page research contact. Let's connect. All right, what's up, Poyoko? Did I ever send you that document? There is a Google document I've got that's got what the game, like outline is. What? He says, sorry, I was responding. Oh, that's all right, brother. How are you, Poyoko?
Just like your skin, it protects the tiny living layer from damage, parasites, and invaders. So, what is a tree? The living part of the stem is really just this extremely thin and tiny layer, a few millimeters thick, sitting on a thick mountain of cell corpuscles, surrounded by another layer of cell corpuscles. The vast majority of the biomass of a tree is dead. This is also why you really shouldn't damage the bark of trees, because while it seems
I'll send it to your text. I'll send you a link, to it. I'm okay. The movie's tomorrow with my dad. What you gonna see?
Doing a little damage, you're actually killing the living part of the tree. But unless a tree is stopped by droughts, diseases, storms, or a human axe, this system of being mostly dead kind of makes trees potentially immortal. They don't age like we do. In principle, they could grow this way nearly forever. Which is why we still have trees around that were born when the Egyptians started building their first pyramid 5,000 years ago. Really, what kills a tree is the world around it. Trees are not a real biological category, but one of the most successful ideas life has ever had, and many different species developed on their own. These plants won the battle for the sky, solved every challenge that had kept plants small and fragile, and they took over the planet in a few million years. Even today, 3 trillion of them cast their majestic shadows. But we've barely covered half of it. On top and below, there are the crown and the root system. One building the tree from air, another mining minerals with acid and involved in complex communications with fungi and other trees. There's so much more to talk about, so we're already working on the next part. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
Tree.
All right, what are we doing now? All right, I'm going to head off to sleep, everybody. I love you all. You all have a good night, and make sure you subscribe if you didn't. Join the Discord if you didn't. Hit the like button if you didn't. Get yourself a t-shirt or a hat if you didn't. And we will reconvene tomorrow. Get you a wackadoodle hat or a wackadoo shirt. I'm genuinely enjoying being here. I'm kind of getting anxious when it's going to end because we'll type flash Jeff. Well, we do it every day, Samuel. Have a good night, everybody. I love you all. See you guys tomorrow. God bless. Bye-bye.